Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Reverend Paul Bergier. He is the pastor of Central Baptist Church in Trussville and is a guest of ALCAP. Great to have you today.
It's good to be here. Would you pray with me? Father God, we thank you because we know all things come from you. All things were created by you. And Father, we know that you give all things to us because you love us. Now, Father, I pray for these men and women here in the Senate. I pray for those that are in the representatives. I pray for our governor. I pray for our lieutenant governor and all the other folks that are here today. I pray, Lord, in the name of Jesus, that you would help them with the authority that you've given them. Father, we have no authority outside of what you've given us. And Father, I pray in the name of Jesus, you'd help this group of people, these senators, finish strong in this session. I thank you, Lord, for a very good session. Father, I thank you for a session that has voted in a lot of your standards to our state that will help kids not be confused about who they are. Father, I thank you, Lord, that I feel like the load has been lifted off of me in some areas because, Father, it's so hard sometimes to counsel with kids who are confused, who've cut themselves. Father, it's hard to counsel with families that's their kids have committed suicide because they didn't know who they were. But I thank you, Lord, for these people that are passing laws and legislations to help the standard be set and the truth be known. Father, we know you're the way, the truth, and the life. And Father, we also know that your plans are better than our plans and your ways are better than our ways. And I pray, Lord, you'd help these men and women use their authority to show your way and your truth to the children, to the families, to the people of Alabama. Father, I pray, Lord, they'd vote out corruption, they'd vote out lust, they'd vote out all sorts of things that leads people to make poor decisions. And Father, they'd vote in integrity, love, trust, faith. They'd vote in your scriptures. And Father, I thank you for these people. I pray, Lord, that you'd give them your wisdom. I pray, Lord, you'd give them your presence to make those decisions. And Father, I pray, Lord, you'd give them the strength to stand. And it's in Jesus' name I pray. And all God's people said, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today, the pledge will be led by Senate Intern Esther Laguerre. Esther just graduated from the University of Alabama and is planning to attend Washington University Law School in the fall. Esther is interning for Senator Orr.
Attention, salute, pledge.
All right, thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Milson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
29. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 29 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right.
Mr. President,
Senator Gudger.
At this time, I'd like to submit a resolution, please.
All right. Okay, just read this. Read the resolution.
Senate resolution commending the Alabama Law Institute Senate interns for exemplary service during the 2025 legislative session. Whereas highest commendations and congratulations are herein extended to the Alabama Law Institute Senate interns for exemplary service during the 2025 legislative session. Whereas the Alabama Legislative Internship Program was established to include student interns in the state legislative experience by allowing them to observe and participate in the legislative process of state government, and the program has evolved into an integral part of the Alabama legislature. Whereas during their tenure with the Senate, 5 interns mastered complex legislative issues and assisted staff members with numerous undertakings. These interns are Talon Brown from Tinley Park, Illinois, a student at Alabama State University; Dalton Honeycutt from Huntsville, a student at the University of Alabama; Esther Laguerre from Port-au-Prince, Haiti, a student from the University of Alabama; Alyssa Lakey from Talladega, a student at Auburn University; and Cameron Thomas from Livingston, a student at Alabama State University. Whereas these remarkable Alabama Law Institute Senate interns have made a lasting impression by demonstrating a keen interest in the legislative process, exhibiting a spirit of service and devotion to the public good, and completing tasks with attention to detail. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that highest commendation is extended to the 2025 Alabama Law Institute Senate interns for their exemplary service, and it is directed that a copy of this resolution be presented to each of them in admiration and appreciation, along with best wishes for continuing success in future endeavors.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate and everyone that's at home watching, we could not do our job without these wonderful interns that come to us every year. We hope that y'all have enjoyed it. Y'all have learned a lot. And as we've worked with you guys, y'all have seen the process of the legislation and how it moves, and met some good friends up here. And anytime as you go forward in life, we want to be there with you. But we consider you friends, and we're thankful that you're here. I know we're missing one today as the full team's not here, but we thought it was only fitting for us to be able to recognize you with resolutions, each of you. We just wanted to say thank you. I think my colleague would like to say something around the way.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
I know we often wonder about generations and whether or not this state or this nation is in good hands. But I'm here to say that I've experienced and know that we are in good hands. We can go on in our lives, that this nation and this state will be better with these young men and women coming behind us, because they have done and exemplified an excellent job at what they do. They've been very professional, and I'm here to give you any letters of support, whatever it is that I could do for your endeavor. I think anybody in this room would be willing to do that to help you with your careers. May God bless you in your endeavors, and thank you all for serving at the Alabama Senate. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
I too want to add to that by simply saying that the experience that these young people have and being able to share that is going to help shape young people's lives as it relates to this process and what we do. I can remember myself that prior to being a senator, I would work with Boyd State, the young people who were interested in government, and I actually handled the senators for 7 years. I wasn't a senator, but I'd come down in these chambers with those young people for 7 years, and the experience that they received and myself, I'm an example of the enhancement, having the knowledge, and you all have that. And I just want to tell you all to keep doing what you're doing, stay focused on what you're doing, don't get off track. And if you do that, you're going to be all right. I also want to thank Otney. Where's Otney? Otney, I want to thank him. For he is the reason for the season, because we have these interns. Let's give Otney a hand. Give it up. Give it to him. Give it to him. I want to thank him and the Alabama Law Institute for what they do. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator Roberts.
I too have enjoyed working with these interns and just want to say thank you. You've had a great impact. I love your servant spirit. I love the way Pop, y'all are everywhere making things happen. We couldn't have done it without you, and thank you very much. And especially Alyssa, it's been a privilege to have you in our office. Thank you.
At this time, we're going to present a resolution to you and for appreciation that we have for y'all's outstanding service.
All right, appreciate what y'all do. Now it's time for us to get back to work. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
The Department of Archives and History by Senator Elliott. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, move we concur with the House amendment.
Yeah, you're recognized.
Please tell us what bill and what the amendment does.
Senator, this is Senate Bill 5, and the amendment that the House placed on the bill removes Senate confirmation.
Oh, no. No, I just tell you that, no. I mean, you know, it's fine. Bill passed. I understand what bill this is. It's fine, but no, we got to be involved in this. We got to be involved in this. The Senate, so no. So I don't know what we finna do with no. You know, I've been a passenger on the train, and you know, and this train got 2 engines. I know y'all got the engine going that way. And you know, you see a train, y'all ever seen a train with the engine on the back? You know, I guess I'm the back engine, you know. And right now I'm pushing the same way the front engine going, but at this moment now, I'm just cutting the switch off. I ain't pulling the opposite direction or nothing, but I had to cut the switch off, you know, of my engine. I can't cut his off, but I cut mine. No, sir, that's not gonna, I mean, I can't say it ain't gonna happen, but I'm not gonna sit here and agree that should happen. So I don't know where we are. I don't know where we are at this moment. I guess you have to decide that. So it's back. I'll yield back to you, because you have to make that decision. This is about the archives, and they're gonna take Senate confirmation off. No, you can't take Senate confirmation off. We are, you know, let's just be very frank about it. You know, I've already said what I think this bill is going to do, and I just said how I'm totally against the bill, but I'm not. I won't stand in the way of your concurrence with the bill in terms of non-concurrence or whatever we got to do. But no, I'm not going to agree to that. I'm not going to agree to let whoever that might be wide and willy-nilly and just start throwing folks anywhere that they so see fit from the state and just without some oversight by us, at least as a body. And I don't think that that's too much to ask. I'm in a body that is 27 of y'all and there's 8 of us, and I'm saying I want us to be able to have oversight over that. So I think that speaks for itself. You know, I mean, it's still, you all have an opportunity to make that decision ultimately who is on there, but we ain't finna let them or whoever out somewhere in the corner of this state decide they want to stack it with, oh, this person or that person or them kind of, no, it's not gonna be like that. It's not going to be that way. No, these come out of certain districts. They're supposed to. And on those particular districts, those areas need to have representation. And right now, when you take us out the game, they ain't got no guarantee or no kind of representation. So no, sir.
All right. So the motion, we got a motion to concur.
Well, I want to be recognized. If that's the case.
I mean, that's what he made. I mean, that's
okay,
the motion.
well, I'd like to be recognized, start my first hour.
Okay, I recognize you for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, okay.
No, okay, thank you. No, we're not going to do that. I came in here to pass 50 or 60 local bills. That's what I came in here to do. I came in here to pass 50, 60 local bills, sit my lonesome down right over there, or come over there and harass folks who sitting in their seats while you doing that. That's what my goal was today. I don't even have the tennis shoes on. That's how much I don't have no goal to come in here to have to talk or do what I'm doing. But no, that's not gonna be the case. And no, they ain't got nothing to do about no other issues or nothing else for anybody to start thinking that or making some comment to somebody else. This ain't got nothing to do with the fact that we need to have oversight to make sure that these districts have the representation that those people want to have in their districts. We ain't Big Daddy that we decide everybody on there is who we want, the type person and who we like. And that's what this is boiling down to. It was one thing to wipe out a whole board and then come back with this. And there's another thing now, you don't wipe them out, you're gonna come back with this, and we wanna be Big Daddy, decide who is gonna actually be on there. No, 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 no. So I think it's some serious decisions got to be made by the sponsor, whether or not they want to kill 50 local bills or whether we want to pass it. Because I ain't killing them. I'm trying to kill this amendment. Or I'm not trying to kill this bill even. And I sure ain't trying to hold up y'all local stuff. Not one bit. So that's why I'm saying this. I want the news to know even. It ain't on me. It's on him. So from that point, you know, we'll just see where we go with the date, you know, and that'll be that, you know. But no, in fact, do we have any pages in here? Do we have anybody? Can somebody give me a copy of the bill? It's SB 5, so that I can have a little conversation about this bill myself. So please do that. But no, we are where we need to take care of our priority business, which I was told that all politics is local. And if that's the case, then we need to be dealing with these local bills so that these members can go back home, they can take some stuff with them, telling their constituents that they were able to get stuff done, and whatever those kind of issues might be, you know, then they can, you know, feel good about it. You know, as I told someone when I was coming in the door, I said, sit still. And they said, why? I said, because you can feel the aftershock from down on 5. I said, because they want the local bills passed. And I said that that by far should be our priority today, and that is to get those bills passed. So, you know, if this where everybody comfortable with, you know, selling in where we are, so be it. I mean, that's just the way it is. And it's unfortunate because time, as long as I stand up here and be talking, that takes away the time that's going to be necessary for us to pass all those bills. So I wanted to say that, and like I said, I think the only thing that can change that is the sponsor of the bill. That's not in my power to change that, because he has made a motion, and I going to speak to that motion, you know, for as long as I have the opportunity to do that. We are in a situation right now where we are sometimes that we don't realize that, you know, this state comprised of a variety of people. And each one of those people have a right for their heritage, for their history to be told, and to be told by an accurate manner. Now, you said that the opportunity to do that still exists. Well, how many times that we have had issues that have come up, and because you don't have a different view or a different opinion put out on the table to be considered, that things are brought in here and no consideration is given to that other aspect of concerns and needs from the other segment, no matter who it might be, of our population. That's not done intentionally. I don't think that. It's done because ain't nobody thinking about it, ain't nobody representing that, and that really, it may be some people that that's not a priority to. But to the people that it affects, it is a priority. And as we talked about this particular board, we got 2 people on there who had, the term didn't even end until 2030, just got appointed. Well, they are wiped out. And yes, one of them just happened to be one of my constituents who are wiped out completely. In fact, to tell you how much they are my constituents, I saw them grow up. Because their parents lived next door to me. And this person has gone to, I think, the same school that this young lady who is going to law school to. This particular person, it was either Georgetown or George Washington University, and either got their master's or their doctorate in this historical stuff. You got a person that's got a upper degree, a higher degree than anybody just about who works over there, who was sitting on this particular board, and got wiped out so that we could reconfigure it this way. Where the body decided to pass the reconfiguration upon our objection, and I respect that. But surely we're gonna have some oversight that the people on there should be the people that's on there. So I would just say emphatically that this is a serious problem. It's a serious problem that's causing others, can cause other serious problems for us in here today. And as I told you all a few minutes ago, I came in here for one purpose, and that was to get these local bills passed. And just for the record, I don't have any local bills out of them 60 bills in there. Why? Because some of my local bills didn't even make it to the desk. It didn't even get up here to the desk, and that's another conversation for another day. But they didn't even get up here. So I don't have a bill. I don't have any bill whatsoever. So it's not, my thing to pass these local bills is for y'all. Y'all. I don't have any House members that's asking me for my district I represent to pass any local bills. So this is for y'all. While we in here trying to pass these local bills for your districts, for your representative, for your people who you represent. And so because of that, I surely would think that you all would understand that that is the priority, and this in itself is a cog in the wheel of progress to be able to get those things done. You know, I don't think that is probably anybody in this body who is going to necessarily vote against anybody's local bill. The problem we getting ready to run into is that if we have to stay up here and keep doing this right here, you're not going to be no time. That's the problem now. It ain't about nothing else but just the fact it's not going to be enough hours. And, you know, no matter what we do. We can work to midnight, and we can then come right back in the next day instead of waiting on the 14th and work to midnight that night. but there's not going to be enough time to be able to do all of these particular things and sit up here and having to talk about this from this perspective. So it kind of seems that I guess that's the posture we're in. I've sat down the last 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. I've had reasons I think I ought to be up here, but I didn't come up here. So I want to thank the senators this morning who gave us an outstanding breakfast. It was outstanding. I just tell you, I'm sitting up here that had a little coffee, water, omelet, good breakfast. And man, are you talking about energized and full and energy and everything else? And plus I got 3 days of resting, in terms of having to stand up here on my feet the whole time. I don't want to have to stand up here now. Let me make sure y'all understand that. Don't want to have to stand up here now. But the problem is, if you all ever been at a train switch off, where the trains have to switch tracks, and they have to go so that the fast train can come through. Well, in this case, we haven't switched tracks. We've placed this car in front of the train. And we are anticipating that this car is, because it has to move, that's going to motivate its movement, because the train has 60 cars that's behind this one. Well, it's unfortunate, but that's not necessarily the case in this particular situation. So no, that's not going to work good, and I appreciate the situation that we're in, simply because we're here to address something that's unacceptable in terms of that amendment that has come on this particular bill. I wish that this would have been a situation that the sensitivity and the concerns would be addressed. But under this particular situation, it seems like every concern that we have expressed have been ignored by the sponsor. And so I respect the fact that they have that prerogative to ignore it, but I can't let this one go ignored, and I can't let it no address. And this is, so I think that, that's something that we have to make some kind of decision as to whether or not, and I hope somebody come tell me, so that, if a decision has been made that we want to burn the day, then that's fine. I mean, it ain't fine, but I don't make those decisions. Remember what I told y'all? Roger Smithman reporting for duty. It's my job to take your tools and rules and be able to try to be successful. Well, the tool I got today is an amendment that has come from the House to take oversight and confirmation from the Senate. So that's the tool I got to work with today. I thought I was going to have the tools of local legislation to work with and get that done. But like I said, I don't make the decision. Y'all make the decision whether or not this tool is what I'm going to have to work with today. That's up to y'all. Nobody asked my input. Nobody is soliciting my input when y'all make y'all decision on that. But, just know that, you make the decision. Then, of course, where we are today, and it's not a matter of saying anything else than that. I am interested, and I will support passing all of our local legislation 100%. But I am not going to be in agreement with this amendment. I can hold my nose and accept the bill, but I am not going to hold my nose and accept this amendment at all. Politics is the art of compromise. If you don't think it's that, then I want somebody to send me and get me a Webster dictionary, and I'll read you out of just what it says. The compromise at this situation, we got the bill, you got that, and the compromise on my side, I don't want this amendment. So, you know, if you ain't willing to compromise and you saying, no, I ain't gonna compromise no matter what, then, like I said, that's the tool I got to work with. I take what tools that you give me. You know, if it's compromise, I can compromise. If it ain't no compromise, then I don't have a choice. You know, I don't make that decision. I said that again. Because if I made the decision, you know, we wouldn't even be up here dealing with the bill, period. It wouldn't have been a bill. If I could have made the decision, I don't make those decisions. Y'all do. And so that's why I'm standing here now. But at any length, you know, I had a chance last night to go over to, Senator, when you get a chance, you know, just in case, I'm probably gonna need a Mountain Dew. You know, yeah, I need all that caffeine I can get. Yeah. Oh, it's all of a sudden it gotten like this. It's got thick in here. You know, it done got thick. I didn't bring it up here because it wasn't a thick day, but I got thick. And when the intern, if it's one down the hall, just tell them to talk to the administrative assistant in the office. Bring my rope. Time for the rope now. You know, time for the rope. Ooh, that'll be good. Some ice on a cup. That'll be real good. But last night I went to the reception, and these are I might get it wrong, but these folks that get business for us, I want to say, is it international or somebody? And I had a chance to go to the archives over there. And while I was over there, I just stood at the steps. I stood at the steps. In fact, I walked in there with one of our former members who was when they were here, they were one of the roles that they had served in this body. They had served as chairman of the judiciary in the House, and they had served as the rules chair in the House. So he's not here now as a legislator, but we walked up there. And as I walked up those steps, I stood back and just was looking. And then he asked me, he said, you know, why are you looking like you're looking? And so I said, I'm looking. I said, because there's a movement to go into this building, to go in the rooms of history and archives and politely pick up all the history of black folks and take it out of here and take it over there and put it in that dumpster. I said, that's the end game to all of this. Because anytime that folks are talking about there's a violation of DEI because somebody pictures on the wall, a doggone picture, you know, then it concerns me. And this is a deeper issue that I would not be up here talking about and sharing with nobody, that I really choose to talk about at this particular time, because I don't want it to get into the mix of what we need to be doing, which is our local legislation, okay? But if I got to stand up here and talk this particular time, and I got to be germane what I'm talking, then I'm finna talk about everything the way I feel about it over there and about what's happening over there and what this is trying to make sure that happen over there. You know, we as I told you earlier, I told y'all this about a year ago, and I've said it again since we've been in session. I want everybody to hear this, is that when you get a chance today, and you got a chance right now, you have a chance right now to leave off this flow, because I'm gonna stand here and talk. If you got a chance, thank you. You got a chance to leave off this flow and go down to my office. Go down to my office and walk in the door of my office and look to the left. You'll see the TV over here, and you'll see a picture over here on the wall. That picture in that wall, for people who don't know, you've heard me talk about it, but I'm gonna just say it again. That represents the last folks who look just like me, who had a chance to serve in this legislature and to serve in Congress before Reconstruction. If you don't understand anything what that means, let me just tell you this. The steps into moving us, because we were the people who were affected by Reconstruction. Just about everything through Reconstruction was limited or taken away from black people. The right to vote, everything. And it starts first with education. It starts taking the books away. Gradually, we said we don't want them to have these kind of books. Then we don't want them to have these kind of books. Then the next thing you know, then we demonize the fact you got the colleges scared to do anything to help people because they're going to lose funding or they're going to lose support from us or they're going to be held because of the DEI bill. So they finna get in trouble. So you alienate them from being able to help black folks. Okay? You can talk about it verse there. I'm talking about black folks. That's what I'm talking about. You alienate them from being able to do that. Then we put all these restrictions over here. This is what happened in Reconstruction. You put all these restrictions over here where folk can vote. You get to where you not only put a chilling effect, but you just doggone make it so hard for them to vote. If I knew I was going to be up here, I would get a list of the bills that have passed in here in the last 10 years that's strictly going to limit people the opportunity to vote. All right, that's the next thing you take away. Then what you start doing, you start taking discretion away, and then the next thing you know, you got people who can't go to school because we cut grants out. Then we want to limit it. Then we want to move to the Choice Act to let the rich folk go get the money and drain it all up, and then take all the money from public education and then spread it out everywhere to everybody else. And the people who look like me, most of them, who are in that position cannot pay and go to some private school. So first they don't have the teacher units. Then they had the raggedy books that we had when we went to school after integration. They had been used and written in and about to fall apart and was 2 editions old. And then all of a sudden, you know, when they finally make it through that, you want to say that, no, you shouldn't have an opportunity to have an interest, you know, because you taking it away from somebody else. You know, all them obstacles. And this is a part of those obstacles of trying to eliminate the history of of 30% of your population. You want to wipe out their history. You want to act like they ain't even in this country. You want to act like they ain't done nothing in this country. All of a sudden that it just happened. Everything just took place in this country. You know, well, no, it didn't happen like that. It didn't happen at all. You know, this country and this state in particular was built on slave labor from black folks. That's what it was. We want to hide these things, and you can't talk about this. You get the professors, don't y'all talk about this, because we want to play some kind of hide and seek game with our young people that, oh, didn't none of this happen? They wasn't treated that way. That was a miss. No, none of that whatsoever. And we want to put a chilling effect on the archive from telling nothing but just the history. Not editorial comments, not teaching, just showing what happened in this state. And in part, that's why the bill came. Because there are people who didn't like the fact that the truth was told. The truth about history was told. They ain't like that. They ain't like the fact, you know, at all. They ain't like the fact that you know, you used to take slaves and you take whips, you beat them, you put the marks all across their back and everything. You know, we want to act like that didn't happen. Because we don't want to talk about the real history. We don't want to talk about that. But you can't go forward unless you know where you came from. You cannot think that you can just go forward and not understand why you need to go forward. You know, we talking right now. I've said this before. Everybody want to act like we have arrived. How can you arrive when we sitting here? Now I'm gonna start at Mobile. We start out of Mobile and we headed to Birmingham. And you telling me to wait until you get to Montgomery before I can take off. And we in a race, and I'm gonna hold you to the standards of the race, and you got to, in order for you to win, I gotta catch you and be up to beside you, or I gotta pass you. It ain't no way that that's gonna happen. And you said, why did you get that analysis? Let's start out with the simple thing of reading. Black folks used to get killed for trying to learn how to read. Yes. They had to hide under the bed. They had to hide with a little candle just to learn how to read. And then we want to talk about our students are not up to par. Listen, we don't give the resources. We got 147 failing schools, down from 206. We don't want to give them an extra dime to get the help that they need or get the assistance. But yet we want to say that we got the highest standards in the state and our folks have to reach up to that standard. Then we wanted the same kind of deceptive we trying to do about our history. There's a little bill somewhere that's floating around right now. I don't know if it's up here or downstairs. Oh, we don't want to count the Hispanic students because that goes against our grade. So that makes us have a bad grade. The way you get past a bad grade, you put the resources, provide the opportunity, and raise them up. What they say, all rise and tides raise all ships? It's something like that. Yes, we need to do that. So this is another example here of what I'm standing up and talking about in this situation, where that prevailing attitude exists. We don't care about them. That ain't my concern. All I care about is this right here. And whatever happened to them don't make me no different. Because that's the message that we sending. That's the message. When we do stuff like this, that's the message. We could care less about them whatsoever. In part, maybe because, well, that ain't the majority of my voters, so I can get elected and just treat them any kind of way. Well, that's why we have representation. That's why I'm standing here. Because somebody's got to represent the other side of that equation so that we can do what? Find a balance and be able to compromise. The balance is the fact that you passed the bill. You got what you wanted. That's how it left us. That's the balance. I didn't want it, you wanted it, and you got it. Okay? That's it. Now they come back up, it reminds me of this. It's one thing to stab somebody. It's another thing to stab them, go pull it out, go set the knife over here, get it hot, get it just as red as this light is up here where it comes on, we're speaking. Then this is taking the hot knife, you want to come back and stab and twist it and push it in a little deeper. No, nothing's right about that. Nothing. So, you know, I've had a few people who said that they've got to leave the floor for a minute. And so I plan on kind of being here and talking about this. Now, let me get back to what I was talking about. I really don't need this video to tell the truth, not to talk about the way that black folk been treated, and the fact that we're trying to get a chilling effect on the history, so that nothing is said negative, but it's the truth. You know, we want to make everything be a song of roses and sweet music, you know, but that ain't how it was. Because the only sounds we heard were our people hollering and screaming because they're getting beat. Hollering and screaming our women because they're being raped, you know. That's what comes to my mind, you know, when I go back. And let me bring something else in here. When they freed the slaves, and they wasn't free, but when they took the chains off the slaves, they said that we would get 40 acres and a mule. 40 acres and a mule. We still waiting on the 40 acres and the mule. Okay? We still waiting on it. And what that word that they call it when you, restoration, ain't that right? Reparation. Yeah, we wait on reparation, that's right. And you say, what you mean reparation? Reparation would easily be the fact that we got 157 failing schools, and let me say this too. I want to compliment the chairman because he's trying to do everything he can in that budget to make sure that the kids that need something will get some help. But what I'm saying to the body is this, is that we come up, I mean, I said this from the mic the other day. I'm not going to go into that specific, but I'm going to say this. I know one or two projects that we've stepped out to do that we put in $90 million to do that, okay? That should be money that we deal with reparation to make sure those schools, you know, that need that kind of fund will have that kind of money to bring them up. We got this little thing that everybody needs to get an education. Everybody needs to be prepared. Everybody needs to pull themselves up by a bootstrap. But I'm here to make an announcement. If you ain't got no money, you can't buy no bootstrap. Okay, and we have people who do not have the funds. We have systems that do not have the fund or the necessary revenue. Because I hear that all the time, where they can help themselves. How can you help yourself if you ain't got nothing to help yourself with? You know, so that's the same thing that I'm saying in here. A reflection of that, you know, is our old prevailing attitude, how we address those people who should get respiration and in need. And one of the things we're trying to do, we're trying to eliminate them. That's what this does. We try to put people in place that's going to eliminate it, that's going to follow marching orders from people who tell them that, look, we don't need to have no educational forums about black history. We don't need to have none about any other kind of history. We just need to have about the history I wanted to have about. You know, I guess that's what folk call the good old days. Well, I'm here to tell you, it wasn't nothing good about them old days to me. Not personally, not being black, no. See, because I am a product. See, just a lot of y'all ain't no product. You just been reading. But I lived it. Not talked about it or saw somebody else or somebody else who parent or somebody told me about it. No, I lived it. You know, I saw it from the very beginning to know what I am talking about. Very beginning is simply this. I've said this before, so it's old news, but it's still news. Imagine this. Imagine when you were in the 9th grade, 10th grade, and you were walking home. Just so happened I wasn't walking by myself. Actually, there were 4 of us, sometimes 5, who lived in that area, but who went to that particular high school. All right, and to show you about education, before I talk about that part, is that when I was in the 9th grade, maybe 8th grade, because see, I went to a 1A high school, so we had 7 through 12. So I want to say 8th grade. I stand corrected, because we might have to fact checking people in there. I stand corrected. But when I was in the 8th grade, We had one high school in the county for the black folks, one. So folks from Alabaster had to be bused all the way down to Montevallo. The people from Calera had to be bused there, and people from surrounding areas, they didn't have a high school. That was the school. But yet, the other parts of the county, in the segregated schools, every city had their own school. Every city. So you had folks packed in there from 3 and 4 cities in the school I went to, and then each other area, didn't nobody have to leave the city, didn't have to do nothing, just go over there and go to school. These kids had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, catching buses 5:30 to 6, trying to get down the road and get to school by 8 o'clock. And then when they get into school, they run in the fact that I remember when we was in biology, we had 3 little microscopes. With the one you do the examples on, telescope is like this, the microscope. We had 3 for a whole class of biology, and they were used. They were used. We didn't even have the money to buy the lab kits, because you know you don't have to buy no lab kit if you got labs. We didn't even have money to buy the lab kits. That's how bad it was. We had to stand around and watch. We could buy about 1 or 2 little kits, and everybody had to stand around and watch it. We couldn't necessarily do the experiment yourself because we didn't have enough to do that. The reason I'm saying all of that, because the insensitivity and inconcerns since that time is still prevalent right now, and that's why I'm standing up here. Because the inconsiderateness and the concerns about the history of Africa, and the reason I said black folks, that's another thing too, and I want to say that. I really want to say that, and I think I got a colleague over there who who expounds on this fact at all. I'm looking at him right now. We done been called everything you can think of. We've been called Negro. We've been called Negro. We've been called with an N on it. We've been called colored. We've been called African American, and of course black. Well, I'm black. I ain't got no parents who came from Africa, you know, whatsoever. I ain't got nobody directly that I know about came from Africa. I ain't colored because, you know, you got different colors of folks all over this country. I ain't that. And I'm not a Negro. You know, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean and don't want to know. I'm a black person. And that's why you hear me talk about the history of black people. You know, sure, you want the history of not just black people, you want the history of all people. So I don't want to get that confused. But I want to, reason I'm saying black, because I found this out. See, for every law, there's an exception, okay? This DEI stuff, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm not talking about worldwide diversity. So DEI don't even apply to what I'm doing right now. Because I'm talking about one group of people right now, that's black folks. So get the DEI stuff out your mind, because that don't relate, that has no connection to what I'm talking about, okay, whatsoever. Other than the fact that we passed a law that tells some people that you can't help some other people who you done set back 400 years, not 100, 400 years, kept your foot on them. Wouldn't let them learn how to read. Wouldn't let them learn how to write. Then you let your foot up and put obstacles in their place when they trying to move. This is another obstacle right here. If you think that I'm not gonna stay to the hills when you don't want little black children to know their own history, that's what this is. You wanna control the history and you don't want them to know it, and you wanna make sure you stack the deck. You don't even want this body to have a chance to review the people that's on there. No, sir. No, not at all. Not at all. So anyway, get back to what I was saying. When you come through a situation like I told you I did, and you trying to go home, you know, and you walking, and then all of a sudden, you know, these folks with sheets on and hoods on start trying to chase at y'all, you know, then you get a chance to see the true grit of the people who feel that particular way. You get a chance to experience it in life, you know, as you move forward. And then all of a sudden, you look up, then when I'm 17, then all of a sudden now, we step into a situation where you have, quote, integration. You know, now we're stepping into a situation, and the first thing we see is that here's the test that we're gonna take. We ain't even seen that before because we don't even have the books. So we don't have no foundation. We walk straight into a situation where we've got to supposed to be understanding something because that's the level that they're on. But ain't nobody took consideration that we need to make sure that we prepare and have the necessary resources to bring people up to a certain level. This whole bill design is to suppress. This is a move to suppress the history. If necessary, try to eliminate it. And to eliminate it to the degree that people don't even know that it exists. That's what this is. And let me say this, even if I gave the benefit of the doubt that nothing was done for this intentionally, then you all know how much I talk about the incidental consequences of things that we do and don't even think about what impact it's gonna have on other people. Or we don't care. It's one of the two. We either don't think about it or we don't care. And I see this situation, we are in one of the two. I'm not to say which one. I can't look in anybody's mind. I could just only measure you by your behavior. I can only measure you by what you do. Only thing I can do. And if somebody is telling me that they want to wipe out my history, and somebody tell me they want to wipe out a board because all they doing is just telling people about our history, and then if somebody telling me that the people we put on there, I don't want you being me, I don't want you to have no input or nothing to do with it. In fact, I don't even want no black folks to have nothing to do with this, so that their voices or their concerns cannot be a part of the process, then that's what's trying to take place right here, right now. Whether it's intentionally or unintentionally. Let me say that clearly. You know, I cannot speak what somebody else is thinking about, their motives. I can speak about the action and the consequences of their actions. So I'm up here talking about the action and the consequences of this action. And, you know, like I said, it looked like this situation where I guess, you know, it's the posture that is chosen to be taken. I can't make that choice. Can't choose what people decide to do. I can only just choose what I'm trying to do. And as I've always said, I'm trying to figure out 30% of I'm just guessing, 5.5 million is about, if it was 6 million, it'd be 2 million. So it's probably about 1.6 or 1.75 million people in the state. You know, unfortunately, they're not able to send people in the hall down here. So in that case, you know, they have to be represented. And I'm sure the folks that want to eliminate us, they want to be represented too, because they don't really care about us. If they want to eliminate our history, they don't care about us. Not really. You know, it's a statement, a little song used to be out, and they will say, action speaks louder than words. And this action is speaking no matter whether you say any word or not. These action is a voice and it's speaking. And it's not good or not pleasant to my ears what this action is speaking. So It's just unfortunate to find ourselves here. And you know what? I'm gonna say this. What disturbs me is this, is that every person in here, all 35 of us, we got constituents that this is gonna have a negative impact. Whether it's 5% of your people, whether it's 10% of your people, whether it's 15, 20, or 25, and you gotta do to represent them too. You have just as much duty to represent them as you do the other 75%. It should be a line behind me of 20 people right here, waiting for the next time to talk about what I'm talking about. What kind of message does that send to those people that you represent in your district? It sends a message. I'm not saying what's in your heart, but it sends a message that you don't care. That's what it sends. Because those people are listening. I was shocked by the number of people who watch us on stream. I really was shocked. So they're listening. That's all I'm saying. They're listening. And if that's not your situation, that's what these mics are for you to express what your concerns are. So I would think that it would be 20 people standing, at least 20. I know everybody ain't gonna be back there, but it should be 20 people standing, lined up, waiting next to talk about the fact that we need to be able to have adequate representation and safeguards that we do. That's all I'm saying. Safeguards. But I don't see it. Since I don't see it, I just don't see it. I'm not saying that you may be slow to come around to accept the fact that yes, we need to make sure that our history is there as well. Because after all, we were the primary people who built this country, this state. We built it. We built it. Yeah, you had a few little indentured service here or there, that helped out and did some things. But you can't, the weight, the heavy lifting was done by the slaves, Kidnapped in Africa, brought over here in ships where they had to lay this far apart, lay down, could not sit up, and the baddest part about it, they couldn't even go to the bathroom. Couldn't even go to the bathroom. How inhumane can you treat people? And yes, it's shameful. It's very shameful. Okay, it's shameful. The history that you have to listen to where that was done and the people who did it, it's shameful. But you can't act like it ain't happened because you don't want to face the realities of the truth. Whether you're directly responsible or not, that ain't my point. It's the truth of history. It's what I'm talking about. Not blaming anybody sitting in here whatsoever. Not one bit. But the truth is the truth about the history. And whatever that is, that's what it is, so be it. So, the next thing I went over there, I observed all those historical artifacts and everything else. I observed those, and it made me interested enough that I'm going to take me a full day and just let them take me through everything that's over there, okay? Everything that's over there. I'm going to do a little back history on my folks, and see what the deal is. Folk be talking about where they came from and they heritage. I don't know none of that stuff. All I know is that the Lord just dropped me off on this earth, and I just started trying to do what he told me to do or tells me to do. I wish I sat down let me look around. there was a senator and 2 House people that I sat down with this morning to eat their little breakfast over there. And they are my witnesses. I ain't gonna put the senator on spot, but yes, he's from the majority side. And I told him at the table, I said, my goal and objective today is just to go over there, just like I told y'all at first, and harass y'all. Y'all be trying to sit down and do some stuff at your desk. I said, I'm gonna walk all over there, start talking about stuff with you and everything else. And then I even this morning at 9:35, because I came in here about 9:40, as late as 9:35, made this same statement to some of your majority colleagues, is that I'm going downstairs. I said, in fact, I need to go back to my office to get some additional work. You know how we get these letters, mail, and all that stuff from different people. I said, let me go get my stuff. I said, so I can kind of start coordinating that and do that. I said, because I don't have any, I don't have no reason to go to no mic for anything. As I told y'all, I don't have any local bills. None of my House members have any local bills, not in Senate District 18, or anything of that nature. And so I'm just here to, as you probably wanted me to be, today I'm gonna fit that mold. I'm here just to facilitate what y'all want. That's all I'm here today to do, is to facilitate what y'all want, what you trying to get accomplished, But I can't facilitate anything that's to the detriment to the people that I represent. And I thought we had the kind of, the local bills. I couldn't imagine anything in anybody's local bill that's going to impact Senate District 18, especially when I don't have any House members who have a local bill. So whatever you want to do in your district, you and your House member, is fine with me. And yes, should I be saying that? No, I shouldn't be saying that. I am saying that, and I'm gonna do that. But no, see, I got 60 times to put my tentacles into your local business, because I had everybody here stuck their tentacles into my local business. But I'm not gonna do that. Let me make that clear to you. I didn't come in here with the intent to do that. No. And I got every right you can think of to do it. And I don't need permission or nobody to agree with what I said. I agree with myself. I got every right in the world to do that. Every right. But I'm not gonna do it. I want you to understand that. No, I'm not. I'm not. Because I came in here with the objectives I told you, to help you all facilitate to pass your local legislation. But I can't help facilitate that when I got a situation that now you want to take the dagger, hot dagger, and stick it deeper in me and twist it. It was enough you stuck it in me when you had the bill itself. But now you want to do that. And so I understand. How much time I got? I got 3 minutes. Senator Stewart, I'd like for you, Mr. President, I'd like to yield to Senator Stewart.
Okay, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, thank you for the recognition. I would like to begin my first hour.
All right, so you'll be recognized to start your first hour?
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized.
And I yield my time to Senator Smitherman at this time.
Okay.
Abby.
Yeah, you're already good. Yeah, you're on his time.
Thank you.
First hour.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, it's so devastating what's trying to take place that I have to kind of govern myself about the experiences of going through this in life. Now, I'm gonna go back to when we had segregation, and then now we transform it into integration. To show you kind of resistance that we had, to show you the kind of resistance that we had and the prevailing attitude toward black people. For some reason, when we had to integrate, them folk thought we wanted to go. We didn't want to go over there. Not at all. All we wanted was the good books, a nice building that don't leak. We had no desires, but that is not how it happened. So, first time we walk over there, and the first day that we went in PE, you know, you have to go in there and change your clothes. It was a battle right there, okay? It was a battle right there. Then, you know, when you know, back then, and it's trying to lean that way now, but back then, in order for you, just take athletics or something, in order for you to get an opportunity, because remember now, my team, I played basketball and some baseball. My team, before we had integration, we were one of the top 3 teams in the state. The school we went to in the same sports, in the segregated world, they were one of the top teams. Okay, so now you got these schools merging and you got 2 top teams. The only way that you could to get an opportunity to play was that the standards that still operate to a certain degree now, and that's the one thing that I try to bring out, the fact that in those situations, you had to be what was called a super black person just to get a regular position. You had to be better than anybody there just to get the same thing that everybody else got. Okay? All right, so we went through that phase. We went through the phase where it was a struggle to get an opportunity to participate because there was obstacles put in the way to eliminate you, having that chance. That's what's happening right here when it comes to our history. It's an opportunity to further eliminate that from happening. And that bothers me. That bothers me. Because when are we going to get to a point that we get past this stuff? When are we going to get to that point? That's the only thing I want to say. When are we going to get to that point? You know, whatsoever. You know. And I'm just trying to find out, you know, when we going to get to that point. I wish somebody would tell me. But when you don't have answers, or when you don't care, or when you are intentional in what you're doing, or if you're embarrassed of what you're doing, then you don't want to address it. So it's got to be one of the 4. Okay, you either believe in what you're doing, the fact that eliminating black people in their history, you don't realize and won't accept information that give you clear understanding, you want it to happen, or you don't care. 3 things. So until something comes different, it's telling me you want to intensify it by this amendment. It wants to be intensified, and that's That's unfortunate that that's the situation. Now, you know, I was thinking about this DEI thing, and I wished I had to put an amendment on it now. And I wish I had to put an amendment on said that under the elimination of DEI, we're going to eliminate DEI on all sports teams. All the sports teams, we're going to attack that. If you're going to have a collegiate team in college, you cannot participate in DEI. Okay? Then you're going to have, what you're going to end up having, you're going to have the John Stallworths of the world who played with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who got three championships. You gonna guess where he went to college? Alabama A&M. Yeah. So they put the DEI on your big flagship schools and send all your black folks to the HBCUs. So you don't want us there anyway. You know, the DEI, you don't want us there. And that's fine. Because they ain't gonna beg nobody to be with them. They don't want I'm gonna tell you what my daddy told me. He said it better to be with somebody who love you than somebody you love that don't want you. Okay? So if you don't want me, that's fine. And me, I ain't talking about me personally, but I'm talking about black folks. If you don't want them, fine. Okay? If you don't want them, fine. Then I encourage them to go to the HBCUs. All athletes, when you are in the portal, when you're in junior college, or when you're in high school, if you black, I encourage you to go to a HBCU. But they don't want you. DEI does not want you. They don't want you. They want what you can do. They want the revenue you can bring, but they don't want you. If they could do it without you, they wouldn't even bring you. So I hope that that message resonates to men of our young African Americans. Black, apologize for using that word, black, our African American, I meant black, athletes. Go to these HBCUs. You'll get to the pros just as quick as John Stallworth as you will going to a flagship school. Okay? Am I against flagship schools? No. But if the flagship school didn't pass DEI, we did. So I'm talking to my colleagues. If you don't want them there, that's fine. And I ain't mad at you. But I'm mad at them if they don't go to HBCU because the folk don't want you. It's just that simple. Folk don't want you. You know, I mean, I take that back. They may want you, but the law telling them they can't have you. And we passed that law. Yeah, we passed that law. Yeah, I forgot. They passed. There wasn't no we, it was they. I got you. I was saying we because of the body, but you were right. I have to be more distinctive and say that, you know, the minority had nothing to do with it. Let me put it that way. That whatsoever. So no, I hope to see that. I hope to see that. Because see, once that happens, let me tell y'all something. Once that happens, and once these flagship schools don't make that playoff like in football, DEI will change. Oh, yeah. It'll change. When them TV contracts cut in half, and them HBCUs start getting them TV contracts, because they got the athletes, oh, it'll change. It'll change. The Duckies, I call dollars Duckies. The Duckies will change it. So we can't change, the Duckies will change. Yeah. So that's what I'm making reference to. It's the Duckies. So it must be, let me just tell y'all this. It must be some serious intent to eliminate us out of history. For us to have to stand up here, for me to have to stand up here going on 2 hours to talk about this amendment It must be some, I don't know if that's a commitment that was made that we're gonna eliminate their history. I don't know what that is, but it's something awful strong. Oh, the poopah. You ain't talking about the grand poopah with the sheet and the hood on it. Orange hair. Oh, who is that? Oh, no. He ain't got nothing to do with this. He ain't got nothing to do with this. No. That's right in this room. That's in this room. Oh, copying. Oh. So you're trying to say Alex, that group has a lot to do with where we are now? Oh, I didn't know that. Y'all telling me, because see, I ain't never been to Alex. I've been in the whole time I've been in here. They don't invite people like me. No, nothing like that. I don't get invited either. I guess because I'm trying to think of the right word. I guess because I don't have those biases. Let me use that. I don't have those biases that's acceptable for that organization to think that I'm one of the team, I guess. I got a fault in me, and that's because I care about everybody. Okay? That's a fault. If you only care about a certain segment, I guess you fit the bill, but I can't never fit that bill. Because as I said earlier, this situation is one that I just didn't imagine. I couldn't imagine being here today, standing up here talking about this. And I don't know what to, anytime something happens, you try to think about what's the end game. Well, I don't know what the end game is in terms of this amendment. I mean, I know the end intent, but I don't know what the end game is. And so I said it because otherwise that we just kind of floating out here during the day, I guess as long as we got the ship afloat and we got a wind, I guess we just gonna move and float with the ship, So that's one of the things that I guess I gotta accept as far as today. Now, talk about history. I've been concerned. I expressed some concerns in confirmation about we have these little committees that we have to address, and it's called the little textbook committee. And I've been concerned about the perception that I have that it's been gradually trying to eliminate and erode our history out of these particular books. It's just like, I give you a clear example, and you want to say, what are you talking about? Okay. I don't know if y'all were growing up, but when I was growing up, they started talking about they glorifying Columbus. Columbus, finally, quote, was supposed to be the person that discovered America. They glorifying, talk to me now. Well, Thank you. You know, I can't, I don't want to believe what I just received. And that is some information that there are members that are more concerned with not having nobody at the mic than they are about our history. That tells me they really don't care. Whoever it is making that move or trying to do that, they don't care. I'm trying to be nice in the words I'm using, y'all. Right. They don't care. They don't a bit more care about what happened to the people sitting right here, or the people we represent, and they do too. They don't even care about them. They care more about trying to ram something to harm the history and to harm and to eliminate and squash the information about history than they do about the fact of having that history included because it is Alabama. I just can't believe that. I believe it, but I just can't believe that. I can't believe that. You know, that's real close to where it goes beyond caring. It goes to an intentional move, very intentional. And then that questions me, what was the mission of this bill in the first place? Because if this bill is so important, and with this amendment that you want to eliminate debate, or filibuster, whatever you want to call it, so that you can pass this, then that tells me that and I'm gonna use the nice word and say that there are some serious biases. Those is what need to be examined. Not examining me standing here talking, trying to protect the history and interests of black folks. It sounds like you want to kick them to the curb. You know, you want to act like that it's insignificant. That this is some delay tactic just to be up here talking. You know, instead of trying to fix the problem. I'm bringing a problem to everybody in there, and ain't nobody moving to try to fix it. So that tells me that it either is not caring or either you want it to happen that way. You know, we worked a long ways to get away from where people tried to put us in a box as a state to be. We've come a long ways. And when you try to turn back the hands of time, you can't selectively turn back a part of the hand of time. You turn back a whole lot of time. And in that turning back a whole lot of time, then it tarnishes all the hard work that we did to try to and change our image and change the way our state is seen and how we operate and act. It don't take but just one situation to wipe out all the hard work that all the people in this state have tried to do for our state to be seen a whole different way. And you said, what are you talking about? Now, I stand corrected on the fact check, people. But the last time that I looked, out of 50 states in the United States, when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed that freed the slaves, that Alabama continued to import slaves for, I said 5 years, somebody said 10 years, I'm not sure. We the only state in the country Is this what's happening now a reflection of that same attitude that this state was the only one in these United States continued as it relates to slaves, as it relates to black people? I question that. I question it very seriously. And I'm trying to find an answer. That's why I'm up here now seeking and looking for an answer the best I could. And yes, I know that that movement by a few is going on right now as I stand here. But let me say this. Let me say it. It's always an opportunity to have a great day. It's always an opportunity. But it's an opportunity for us not to have a great day. Okay? And yes, you know, I always make this saying, I would hope that we would realize, and that's them people who trying to do what I just said, that when you do open Pandora's box, more than Pandora is gonna come out the box. So this, if a pattern has started at this point, then that's a pattern that moves through this whole process. So I would be cautious about whatever that pattern is being thought of or might be. I would be very cautious of that because remember, I don't control that. If I did, it wouldn't be a need for me to be up here to be talking, okay? It wouldn't be, because, you know, the amendment would be gone by this business. Bill will be against the law. Then I'd be praying that our history, even under this bill, is not eliminated. But to give a second layer of cover that it doesn't even come before the Senate, that's not going to be acceptable. Now, that may happen, but what price is going to be paid for it? Right now, what we are is going to be a big price, because we're not going to get through with all of this other stuff. That's not going to happen. It can't happen. So I didn't want to surprise nobody, but I just wanted to kind of just share that with you. And like I said, I don't make the decision on what I just said. That's made by y'all. That's one thing about it. I don't claim to have that authority to make that decision. It's just that, you know, how I go. For every action, there's a reaction. So, you know, I don't initiate any action. Past me talking here, it ain't nothing that I can initiate because I'm at the mic. And that meant that from the sponsor to everybody else, they can correct this problem. But if we dug in, if they dug in, they just happen to be dug in. I mean, I respect that. Don't get me wrong. It's nothing but full respect for the fact of that situation. But I'm just trying to share what the consequences of that situation, where we are right now. So it seems like to me that one way or the other, either way that we go, unless we, deal with this amendment situation, and then I can pretty much just say this, in a very nice way, and everything is that I would just suggest that in the break room back there, is that whatever it is that they was gonna give us to, feed us for the sign and die party, we probably ought to have it back there in the break room. Yeah, because we're not gonna be coming out of here if we're gonna get the job done. Oh, I know y'all are. I'm talking about the party, though. The party, they got a party scheduled. To further notice, I'll accept what you said. I'm not counting the parties. I'm just saying we're going to have to work. That's all. I don't have nothing to do with that part. Not at all. So only thing about it is that when somebody else, when it's time for Stewart to yield to someone else, then I'm gonna ask him to yield to someone else so I can go to the car. I can go out to my a car because I think I got a pair of tennis shoes in the car. I think I got a pair. These shoes all right though. These some Kohans, the real soft ones. So they feel real good. There's nothing like that, but I just, sometimes you can bounce a little better with tennis shoes on and stuff like that. As them little kids say, you want them puppies to be quiet at your feet. So you want to make sure that they're comfortable. Now, I guess we need to, I could talk some more on about that, and I'm going to do that. But let me put my little glasses on, because I want to look at a little bit about this bill. When the bill came up to be passed, I didn't come up to talk about it like this or do anything else, and everything else like that, but no, let's see. I'm gonna save my friends over here because I always be asking them to read bills and do that kind of stuff. And so I'm gonna help them out today because I'm gonna read this one myself. And so I think that for the few people like me that don't memorize everything what this bill gonna do, let's talk about it for a minute. It said related to the Department of Archives and History. Thank you. To amend section 41-6-3 and 41-6-4. Now let me see my legislative reference people. Anyway, could you get me the Code of Alabama 41-6-3 and 4? Give me that, because we are going to have a class today. See, it's one thing to have a bill and read and talk about it, but we're going to dissect this bill. We're going to go into the extensive areas of the code section, and not necessarily the code section, the part that this bill has sought to amend. Right there. 46, 3 and 4. But we're going to go into the code, the complete section of 41-6-4 and -3, so that I can give you the true intent of what this bill is going to set out and do. See, it's a lot of times people don't understand it. They see it as, oh, well, we're changing the makeup of the board. But we want to see what initially we set the law out as legislators prior to us and what their intent was for the Department of Archives. We're going to find out what the true intent when it was established and what it was established for. I actually, if I had known that this was going to come up, I have in my office a book that breaks down that whole department that some kind of way I got. I don't even know how I got this book. And I've been had it for a couple of years. And that's why I'd have to look at a certain spot where I put it so that I could really give you facts about it. I mean, it talks about the present board, it talks about the members, it talks about the mission of the archives and history, and that's something else. When you stack this, then you change the mission, okay? And you change the mission and you don't have adequate representation, because it's an old saying, It's an old saying. And this what happened to this board right here. What happened to this board is direct relationship to what I'm getting ready to say. And that's this. When people are talking about changing what you are, what you're doing, or what you're a part of, this old saying is this: if you're not sitting down at the table, you're on the menu, okay? And right now, it looked like the bill sponsor, people who put the amendment on. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Is that they have an appetite to eliminate us from the history. They have an appetite. And so they want to eat from the menu and from the table of elimination. They want to eat from the table of deception of what really happened. And they want to eat from the table of truths and untruths so that they can get full from the, what's this? It was a saying, something about, trying to think of it, but I'm gonna change it, and because I can't get it all together, so I'm gonna just say it like this: is that they want to eat from the exclusive menu and eliminate certain items on the menu. So the menu will reflect what they like and not necessarily what the truth. That's what we have going on here. Now, let's see. All right. I said related to the Department of Archives and History to amend section 416-3 and 416-4. 416-3 is of the Code of Alabama, sets out about the Board of Trustees of the department's composition. Now I'm gonna read the code and then I'm gonna read you what we've done in here. The department shall be under the control of the Board of Trustees of the Department of Archives and History, which shall consist of one member from each congressional district and the additional members selected pursuant to subsection B. Now, this is subsection B. So we got elected from the congressional districts. Okay? All right, number B. 2 additional at-large members shall be selected and an additional member shall be selected from each U.S. congressional district. The additional members shall be selected by the Board of Trustees, which the sponsor and the amendment wants to eliminate oversight. Stack the Board of Trustees, and then they pick among themselves. And their names shall be communicated. See, in this bill, this is how it was set up. This is how it was set up. Okay. It was set up and said, the names shall be communicated to the Senate. The Senate. Not later than the 5th legislative day of in this case, it was 2004, regular session of the legislature. Newly selected members shall be confirmed by the Senate in the same manner as vacancies filled pursuant to section 41-6-4. This amendment seeks to eliminate our ability to do this. The Board of Trustees shall select 3 of the new members to serve initial terms of 2 years, 3 of the new members to serve initial terms of 4 years, and 3 of the new members to serve initial terms of 6 years. My constituent was one of those people that had been selected to serve the initial term for 6 years. It was not going to end until 2030. All successor members shall serve terms of 6 years and shall be selected as provided in section 41-6-4. Now, let me go back over here a little bit and read. Now, I'm going to talk about 41-6-4 first, because that's both of the code sections. All right? Board of Trustees, this 41-6-4. Board of Trustees of the Department, vacancies, terms of office, meetings, officers, composition, power and duties generally. The Board of Trustees shall fill all vacancies occurring on the board, whether by expiration of the term of service or by death or resignation. But the names of all successor members shall be communicated to the current session or the next ensuing regular session of the State Senate for confirmation. Once again, that's what they trying to do now, take us out the whole game and just put who you want to on there. If the Senate rejects any successor trustee, the board shall proceed forthwith to fill the vacancy. Okay? A trustee appointed to succeed a member whose term has expired shall serve for a term of 6 years. A person appointed to fill a vacancy occurring by death or resignation shall only serve out the unexpired term of his or her predecessor. A person whose appointment to the board has been confirmed by the Senate shall serve beyond his or her expired term until a successor has been confirmed by the Senate. The board shall hold at the state capitol at least one regular meeting during every year and as many special meetings as may be necessary. And at any meeting, a majority of the trustees shall constitute a quorum. The governor of the state shall be a member of the board, and he or she shall, as far as possible, lend every encouragement to the success and upbuilding of the department. The director shall be the secretary of the board. The trustees shall receive no compensation for their service. Each member of the Board of Trustees shall be reimbursed at the same per diem and travel allowance amounts paid by law to state employees for each day of attendance of the business of the board. The board may, 1, adopt rules for its own government and also for the government of the department. Elect a director and provide for the selection or appointment of other officers or employees as may be authorized. Provide for the publication of historical material pertaining to the state under the supervision of the director. Control and expend such appropriations as may be made for the maintenance of the department. Perform such other acts as may be necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of this article. How much time does he have? Mr. President, I'm going to yield back to Senator Stewart.
All right, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, how much time do I have?
I don't know. Let me check and see. You have 18 minutes.
I have a question for the gentleman from Baldwin County, and just want to know what his thoughts are about the House changes and about potentially weakening our oversight of the Archives Board. Because I think this may be the only agency, or one of the few agencies, where we wouldn't have oversight via Senate confirmation. So I just wanted to know your thoughts about that, if that's your pleasure. Well, it's not his pleasure, doesn't look like it. So I know the Alabama Department of Archives is a model department in this country. The Department of Archives have won all sorts of awards, and they have accurately told our story. The Alabama story is a complex story. It is a story of triumph. It is a story of inspiration. Recently, the Alabama Department of Archives, members of the Alabama Department of Archives, have been in Gee's Bend, where I descend from. They have been in Cahaba, the first capital of Alabama, which is in my district. We have a very complex history in Alabama. Revolutionary War down in Mobile. We had Lafayette come. I know the gentle lady from Chilton County was very involved in the historic commemorations of Lafayette visiting Alabama, and he stopped through Cahaba. So the Alabama Department of Archives was very involved with that, as well as the Alabama Historic Commission, two great anchor institutions that are really help to illustrate Alabama's contributions to the Alabama and American history freedom struggle. The Alabama Department of Archives, what I do like the intent of the composition is about the geographical diversity of the board as is, because we must ensure that every congressional district is represented. And that is how we make sure that all of our voices are heard, that we have diversity of thought, diversity. Each congressional district has a cultural contribution to our state. And that's why it's important to have that geographical diversity, as well as racial and gender diversity as well, because it's important to have different perspectives. I like how the board is able to adopt rules for its own government. I like how they control and expend appropriations, because they are closest. They know how the operations go. They understand the maintenance of the department because they're closest to it. We have people on the board now, such as the executive director of the Ballard House in Birmingham, Alabama. And the Ballard House is a historic house because during the civil rights movement in Birmingham, There was a doctor that treated the children for no cost out of his house that were bitten, bludgeoned, maimed by dogs, all for having the humanity and the dignity of their humanity realized. Birmingham is a very important city in this state, and that led to the desegregation of downtown as well as the South, where everybody's able to shop at the Crest. Anybody remember the Crest? Well, it was before my time, but my parents talked about the Crest. It was kind of like Macy's, and Crest was all downtown, but Crest was desegregated. People could go in, all people, and try on clothes. I can't imagine going to a store and not being able to try on clothes. I hate trying on clothes, but my mother would make me try on clothes when we went to the JCPenney's. And thankfully, we had JCPenney's in Selma, but thankfully, we were able to try on clothes because of the work done through the people of Birmingham, Alabama, the brave activists who wanted to make sure that everyone had the dignity of life. In fact, at the Ballard House, the physician, what's the physician name, Birmingham people, from the Ballard House that treated during the civil, Dr. Hamilton? Yeah, that's what the Ballard House, am I right? Okay, I'm trying to make sure I have my history correct. That's why the Alabama Department of Archives is important. So to ensure that our stories are accurately told, especially as we're dealing with the advent of concentrated efforts to erase history. So we must ensure that our stories are accurately told, now more than ever. So Dr. Hamilton at the Ballard House, he also treated victims that were beaten at the Selma to Montgomery March, well, Bloody Sunday in Selma. Also in Tuscaloosa, I just realized that there was a Bloody Tuesday in Tuscaloosa, a civil rights activist, a civil rights participation march in downtown Tuscaloosa, which happened a year before Bloody Sunday. But they didn't allow the media to capture that story. But that history, it was First African Baptist Church is where the march began. And there is a organization called the African American, they have a wonderful podcast, the Consortium of Alabama African American Historic Churches. They highlight all these stories, and the name of the podcast is called Stay on Freedom. And they have strong partnerships with the Alabama Department of Archives, as well as the Alabama Historic Commission. 2 additional at-large members shall be selected, and an additional member should be selected by each U.S. congressperson, congressional district. I think it's important that we're able to keep the morale, the 6-year terms, because board members will be able to have institutional knowledge. It's hard to get that in 2 years. Each member of the Board of Trustees, reimbursement, because a lot of times people are using their own money to serve this state. And I think that is a noble cause, that volunteerism is the most noble deed that a citizen can carry out. It's very important that Alabama Department of Archives has attorney Fred Gray, a civil rights attorney and archive. I actually went to Tuskegee with attorney Fred Gray.
And if it does, it happens at a very grave cost because we got so much else we need to do. So I don't see that happening. So at that point, you know, but I don't make that decision. I told you, I'm just reporting for duty. I'm just here reporting for work. I didn't even make this work assignment today. You know, I didn't make the assignment at all. And sometimes, you know, my group, the minority caucus, they saying they getting a little lonely. The minority caucus, they say they're getting a little lonely. You know what that means, don't you? I ain't doing, this is not me saying anything now, so don't take this as me saying that. I was just telling you what they were saying. They were saying that they were lonely and they wanted all the other members back in here with them. Yeah, they said they want everybody back in here with them. And so, you know, ain't but one process that you can do to do that. Now, I'm not doing that up here. I'm telling you what they want. They want the whistleblower where they can get them on back up in here. So everybody can have a love fest, be with each other. They want some over to come on in here. So I ain't gonna ask for nothing. Now I'm not gonna ask for a quorum call or nothing like that. But I'm gonna make an announcement. Everybody in the chamber is like the folk from The Price is Right. They want you to come on down. We want you to come down here with us. So we hopefully you're listening in your office, but we want you to be able to listen. Because we are sharing some good news. Good news. You know, it's kind of like what they said about John Lewis. Good trouble. This is good news right here. It's good for the soul. Okay? Now, let me get back to the scratched out part. They scratched out the fact about newly selected members. Oh, yeah. They scratched this out, look like about 2 or 3 times. The newly selected members shall be confirmed by the Senate in the same manner as vacancies filled, persuading the section 41-6-4. Okay? So that's what they sought to eliminate. You know, when it's time for somebody else to come, I'm going down, and not yet. I'm going down to the office and get my Webster dictionary. Because I want to read what Webster says the art of compromise is, and I want to read the definition. You ain't want to hear the second definition I'm going to read, though. That one you do, because you know what the second one I'm going to read? I'm going to read the definition of coup d'etat. You know what that is, don't you? Okay. I'm going to read that definition. I'm going to read that. So I got a follow-up statement, but I don't want to connect that with what I just said to you. You see what I mean? I'm going to put some distance, and then I'm going to say my statement, because I don't want to be connected. And that was this. Is that I read that because this is a coup d'etat on every black person that's in this state when it comes to their history. That's what this is. So I'm going to read what a coup d'etat means, and then you're going to see that. You're going to see just what this is. And I have to say this, whether it's intended or unintended, that's not the issue with me. I can't look into anybody's mind and soul and see what their intents are. I can talk about what their actions is doing. And that's what this conversation is made reference to. It's about what this action is doing to black members of our state. politely and subtly in your face, eliminating you as if you're not even in this state. Without you in part of the state at all. Not whatsoever. So that's what we are having to address and deal with at this time. I think a lot of folks probably gone out and get something to eat. And if that's the case, don't y'all forget now, I like lemon pie. I like lemon pie now. Potato pie, lemon pie, banana pudding, either one of them will do. We were talking about time, about trying to pass these local bills. And we were talking about what kind of time it would take to be able to do that. And, I sure hope that we can set the thing aside and go on and knock that part out and go on past the bill like a wall, since that's the way it passed our chamber. And really passed the other chamber just with the addition of the other. And all carried over, whatever it is, so that you can get to those. So I'm making a plea for all the people who have local legislation, House, Senate, or anywhere else, that we would do something that would get this bill from being an obstacle in the way so that they can pass that legislation. And so they can't come up to the mic and speak on that, but the people who are able to come can. And so I'm speaking on behalf of all 105 House members and all 33, because we got 34 in here, so I can't speak for the sponsor. But since I'm up at the mic, I'll speak for people who can't be at the mic, because whoever at the mic, myself included, can speak for themselves. And so I'll say on their behalf, they are hoping that we can get this obstacle out the way, which I don't object to it being carried over. I don't object to getting the amendment off, any of that, to help facilitate us move forward with the other issues. And right now would be the House members' local bills. So I'm all for it. But as I've said so many times, I don't make that call. I don't make the rules. I just take. I don't make them, and I just take the tools that you give me to work with. Which that's the tool right now I got to work with is SB 5 and the changes therein. And this tells me something though. I just thought about it in my mind. That tells me that the move to eliminate us from history was planned and thought of before we even came in session. And the reason you said why you say that? Because look at the bill. It's SB 5. That's the 5th bill in this Senate. And I don't have no doubt that it was pre-filed So that tells me that move has been talked about and thought about for a long time. It ain't just something that just happened to pop up there and just happen. And so I hate to have to disappoint anybody, but those people who sat around and round table us as a race and round table getting us off this so we wouldn't have no part of it, they do to be disappointed because they got their way by having the bill passed. They got their way, okay? Now they want to rub it in your face on top of it. And ain't nothing right about that. Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Okay. Nothing whatsoever is that the case. And y'all know I've been nice to y'all. Corn call, but I said I ain't gonna do y'all like them. Let you finish eating. Okay. And I mean, none of y'all brought me no dessert. I mean, y'all ain't brought me no dessert, man. I thought you were gonna show me some love. I showed y'all some. I ain't make no corn call. See, y'all, you know what? Let me say this. Y'all got to stop this theory talking about what have you done for me lately. I do a bunch for y'all. You don't even measure it. You don't think nothing about it. You don't tell me thank you, Smillerman, or nothing. I did not call no corn call. I ain't had nothing to eat and y'all full. I ain't had hardly nothing to drink. I ain't made no strange move. I want some real food. Collard greens and stuff. This is snacking. I want some real food. I want some real food, that's all. They trying to sweeten me up, y'all. I appreciate it. I need to be up there then. I need to be there. They're kind, I like them. They're nice, I appreciate that. I do, I appreciate it to the fullest. But no, I wouldn't do y'all, I told y'all I wouldn't do you like that. I ain't gonna make no quick moves on nothing. We don't play like that. We don't do that. Do we do that? We don't do that. No. We gonna be honorable. You can be honorable. If somebody who hadn't eaten, you can go back and finish up your little dessert. You ain't got but one requirement. Bring me a piece. Eat it up. But they ain't brought me nothing. No, ain't nobody show me no love or nothing. And I've been wounded in this session. I ain't gonna go into what y'all know. I've been wounded bad. I've been wounded, and abused, and beat on and everything on this session. Oh, I've been scorned and everything. I mean, I've been mistreated this session. I'm just gonna tell you. But I'm all right. I ain't upset. I ain't nothing. But I'm telling the truth, just like I'm telling about this. I've been mistreated, man. I thought y'all loved me. And Lord have mercy. I just been mistreated. But I'm gonna show y'all some love. So you can tell folk when they done ate, they get a little loud when they walk up in here. They have already ate. Now, some of y'all might have took a little power nap, about 30 minutes. But you ain't gonna have to worry. Ain't that gonna happen. Ain't nobody call no quorum, all that kind of stuff. No. We ain't in that business like that. Yeah, we ain't in that kind of business. You got a serious look on your face. You got a real serious look on your face.
Mr. President,
Senator Elliott.
if my colleague will yield, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
He asked a question. If you'd yield, he wants to make a substitute motion.
Yeah.
Are you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. President. I would, the substitute motion is that we non-concur and go to conference.
Okay, so we got a substitute motion to non-concur and go to conference. All right. Are you wanting to speak on that?
No, I won't speak on it.
Okay. You want to use
no.
the long roll on that?
Yeah, well, yeah, let's do the short roll. Yeah, if we got to go, or we can voice vote it, whatever you think, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
second.
Long roll, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott.
Aye.
Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 33 ayes, 1 nay. The Senate goes to conference. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Yeah, conferees, or I'm sorry, Senator Elliott, Senator Smitherman, Senator Jones. All right. All right, we're going to go on to committee reports. When y'all get finished with that, call the first committee. All right. Before we call committee reports, let's take Senate Bill 177. That's a House message, please.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 177 regarding the Entertainment Industry Incentive Act of 2009 by Senator Bell, signed John Treadwell, clerk.
Mr. President, this is all the House did down there is took the cap and moved it back to the original cap, but added $2 million that we requested for the music videos. I say we concur and go.
All right, you want to use the previous roll?
They didn't hear the explanation.
This is the bill that changed it for the Alabama Entertainment Office instead of the film office. I know Senator Coleman's very aware, and it just took the cap. The House moved the cap back down to give 1 year to study on some stuff, but we still have the $2 million that we added for music videos. So I think it made it better. And then still we got the person that you're aware of that's been hired there.
We're good.
All right, so your motion is to concur. Do you want to use previous role?
Previous role.
Previous role.
All right, any objection? You object? Or you want? All
You
right,
just want to be on the
be on the roll. Okay. All right, no objection to using previous role. All right. Use short roll. Yeah.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
All right, 34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 177 passes. All right, now we're on committee reports. Oh. All right, yeah, we're going to do committee reports. Secretary, call the first committee.
from the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 590 receives a favorable report.
All right. Committee's received a second read and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. That concludes committee reports. Any motions or resolutions from anyone?
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution number 96, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 29th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 365 by Representative Collins and Baker regarding the Alabama STEM Council. On page 64, House Bill number 543 by Representative Brown regarding taxation. On page 41, House Bill number 357 by Representative Hollis regarding tobacco products. On page 19, House Bill 164 by Representative Faulkner regarding small estates. On page 57, House Bill 166 by Representative Holsey regarding public K-12 schools. On page 45, House Bill 165 by Representative Rim and others regarding state holidays. On page 59, House Bill 506 by Representative Lovern regarding off-road vehicles. On page 35, House Bill number 505 by Representative Sells regarding the Alabama Tax Tribunal. On page 67, House Bill 528 by Representative Hulk Jones and others regarding consumer protection. On page 46, House Bill number 90 by Representative Clark regarding municipal housing authorities. On page 45, House Bill number 91 by Representative Clark regarding county housing authorities. On page 33, House Bill 493 by Representative Ellis regarding child advocacy centers. On page 26, House Bill 384 by Representative Crawford and others regarding food enrichment. On page 23, House Bill number 148 by Representative Pettis and others regarding motor vehicles. On page 48, House Bill number 509 by Representative Sorrells and others regarding game breeder licenses. On page 6, House Bill number 137 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding ALEA. On page 20, House Bill 207 by Representative Shaw regarding the Office of Information Technology. On page 24, House Bill number 1 by Representative Brown regarding seafood. On page 23, House Bill number 352 by Representative Crawford and others regarding agriculture. And on page 3, House Bill number 45 by Representative Oliver regarding the Medicaid agency. And on page 59, House Bill number 416 by Representative Oliver regarding sudden cardiac arrest.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner,
move adoption of the report from the Committee on Rules
would you like to use previous roll?
using previous row.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
34 ayes, 0 nays. Special order calendar is adopted. All right, Secretary, call the first bill.
on page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 365 by Representative Collins and Baker, creating the Alabama STEM Council. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Chastain.
Yeah, I have a committee amendment.
Let me wait for the screen to get right.
I'd like to move to adopt the committee amendment.
All right. If y'all want to talk or something, you can. It's going to be a few minutes to get this updated for a second.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. We're about to go into some bills with local bills, and I just want people to know that down in the House, I've been trying to get my local bill out in the House, and the House just refused to. And I'm subject to want to kill every local bill up here, if I can. There's a group of bills that I know that the governor would not sign if they don't get out today. That calendar is going to come. I'm very reluctant about letting them out today because I think that even if they pass my local bill, they're going to pass it on the last day to where she can and know that she will not sign that. I'm being set up. So I've been being nice to everybody. So why should I be nice and let everybody else take home what they want to take home and I can't take home mine? Just because they don't like my bill, I don't like theirs either. So I'm going to look at these bills, and we'll be very methodical about getting them out. And I'm going to talk my hour on every one of these local bills that's going to come up, they're going to put on the calendar. And if they pass, and if you cloture me, you just have to cloture me. But I'm serious about it. I've over the years, even last year, I let local bills go and they still killed my local bill. I don't bother anybody else's local bills. I introduced this bill at the beginning of session. We held it up here for a long time before we let it go. So I just still think I'm being set up when I try to work with everybody, work out deals, try to keep this body moving, and the House just refused. They were told that my bill would be on the calendar today. All I want is up or down vote. If they kill it, then just kill it. I've had bills that die before, but just do not ignore me. So the message is that I don't have a contest on the bills. I don't have a contest. But I'm willing to stand here in the gap. And if I have to kill the rest of them, it's 40 some odd of them to come out. Somebody's bill is not going to make it. Somebody's local bill is not going to make it. So if you come with 10 bills now, be ready to stand around 10 hours because I'm going to talk an hour on each and every one of them and let you cloture me. And if you cloture me, then I'm really going to talk on, and I'm going to have them all read then. If you cloture me, I'm going to have every one of them read.
Mr. President, may I be recognized? Okay. I'm a facilitator over here, Mr. Chairman, till he gets back. So I just want you to know that, hey, it hadn't been any switching of people. Let's talk about that bill for a minute. I think that it was a good bill. I had a chance to talk yesterday with the chairman, House chairman, and she talked some to me about that bill and about the need for us to get it out. and I concurred with her. And so when we get to the proper time, I'm sure we're gonna vote for it, get it on out, and that should be, I'm sure, whenever they can get straight or whatever.
It just, the executive order, this just codifies the executive order on the bill. We've had this in place for several years, and now, we have the new Department of Workforce, and there's some language that had to be changed in this executive order that would fit into the Department of Workforce. Also, something else that is very important for our students that are in the STEM programs, we have to do a better job in our education system of making them aware of the career fields that are in the STEM field. And I think that we need to continue to try to provide as many opportunities, because that's where the jobs of the future are.
And I agree with you. I'm sorry, Sam. You were having this conversation. I agree with you. I hold a STEM camp every summer. I got a STEM camp that's going to start. I got about 400 and some odd kids. I believe in STEM education, trying to introduce these kids to STEM to where they can go.
We've got the boards working now. Thank you for talking.
I think this is a great, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. No, I was just saying, we got the board working now.
All right.
Okay.
I move for adoption of the committee amendment.
Okay.
Use the previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Chastain.
My colleague has any questions across the way?
I have
I'll be
no
happy to answer.
question.
If not, I move for final passage using the previous role without objection.
All right, any objection?
No, sir, Mr. President.
All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 365 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to members.
Yep, thank you. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 543 by Representative Brown regarding taxation.
Senator Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 543 is a small business incentive bill, and unless there's any questions, I'd move for final passage.
I think this is a great bill that you have, Mr. President, I'm sorry, that's going to help a lot of small businesses across this state. Even the bill that I'm talking about is a small business, okay? My local business is a small business across the state. It's a business, okay? So I want to support small business. So I will help you move this bill on out so we can get it out and let the governor get it signed so we can help small business that create jobs across our state.
No, I'm with you on your small business.
Yes, you are, sir. Thank you so much.
Always have been.
Thank you.
Move for passage.
All right, using previous role?
Previous role.
Any
Without
objection?
No objection.
All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 543 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 41 of the calendar, House Bill number 357 by Representative Hollis regarding tobacco products. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Melson.
this bill was brought last year, but did not make it through. This is a new product that has been recognized by the FDA as a modified risk tobacco products that are used to help people with cessation of smoking. It is, like I say, heated, but does not combustion, so it does not have combustion, so it's supposedly safer for patients, other job, for smoking, and they do not they have a lot less risk of developing cancer, and they actually have an interview process when somebody's wanting to smoke, where they would interview, and if they don't smoke, they're not allowed to use it. But if they do smoke, they can take this as an alternative. We do have a committee amendment, and the amendment tweaks the definition so any future products that are similar can follow these guidelines. And then also it puts the stamp date on there in November so it gets in line with the Department of Revenue to help regulate it. But I would like to adopt the amendment using previous row, no objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Melson.
Mr. President, I'd like to go ahead and ask for final passage if there's no questions using previous row.
Do y'all want the long roll? Okay. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 24 ayes, 6 nays. House Bill 357 passes. Thanks, Senator Melson.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 19 of the calendar, House Bill number 164 by Representative Faulkner regarding small estates. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President,
Senator.
This bill deals with small estates. This is what I call taking business from the attorney bill. Being a lawyer, we give it up business. This is where a person can, for a certain amount, can come in and provide the necessary paperwork for a very small estate and do it themselves with directives. So with that in mind, I move for adoption of the committee amendment and use unanimous consent to ask for previous roll in its adoption.
All right, any objection to using previous roll?
Oh, okay, they say they want the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
I'll do what they want.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$32 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Smitherman.
If there's no other questions, I move for final passage as amended and ask unanimous consent to use previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 164 passes. Secretary, call the next bill. Hey, thank you, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, too, and the members.
On page 57 of the calendar, House Bill number 166 by Representative Holsey and others regarding public K-12 schools.
Senator Chastain.
Mr. President, House Bill 166 is the companion bill to Senate Bill 92 that we passed out of this body earlier in the year, and I'd like to move for final passage using the previous role.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Elliott.
May I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Members, this is Senator Chastain's cell phone bill. You'll remember when he passed his version of the bill through the Senate, I attempted to put an amendment on it that just simply says that one of the exceptions to the use is being able to call your parents or text your parents. And I have been back in my district and heard an awful lot from members or from constituents that say, don't take away my ability to call my dad and say, hey, soccer practice is canceled, can you come pick me up? Or something to that effect. I left my cleats at home, can you help me with this? And so I appreciate what the senator's trying to do. I support what he's trying to do. I do have an amendment crafted that's the same one that I attempted when we had the Senate bill up. And it simply says the use, operation, or possession is for the purpose of communicating with the student's parent or legal guardian. No other exceptions, just you can text your parent. And so I would urge members to think carefully about that amendment. You're going to hear from parents back home if this passes and they're not able to simply, they're not able to communicate with their child about practice being canceled, car breaking down, tire goes flat, forgot the soccer cleats. And so, Mr. President, I'd like to offer this amendment.
Okay. Secretary read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 166 by Senator Elliott. Replace line 78 on page 3 with the following.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment using the long roll.
Okay. Do you want to speak to the amendment?
Mr. President, yes, I'd like to speak. I'd like to urge the members to vote no. We've worked on this legislation. The bill is tight as it is. There's devices that schools can use to put these phones away during instructional times. There's a front office that a child can use to call a parent. I think the biggest tether is going to come from parents not being able to contact their children. So in school systems where this has been implemented, it has worked. And so I would urge the members I want to table this amendment, so I urge you to vote no, use a long roll.
All right, so hold on one second. You want us to vote on the amendment?
I want to vote on the amendment, yeah.
Okay,
vote it
all
down.
right. Okay,
Vote
Secretary.
no.
All right.
No, not
Call the
table.
long
Vote no.
roll on the amendment.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott.
Aye.
Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 9 ayes, 22 nays. The Senator Elliott amendment fails.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage using the long roll, please.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 2 nays. House Bill 166 passes. Thanks, Senator Chastain.
Thank you, Mr. President. And teachers that are teaching our children in the classroom, thank you very much as well. Thanks, sir.
Mr. President, yeah, just personal note.
Yeah, you recognize point of personal privilege.
Thank you. You know, we have pages, and sometimes it's just good to talk to them. And I love it when we have an issue that directly impacts them. The young man over here, and I just asked him, do you know what this bill is about? And he says, yeah, well, to allow the cell phones in schools or not. And I explained to him what the previous vote was about. And I said, well, what's your opinion? What do you feel about it? He says, well, I don't think so. He says, I would say no. And you know, and for my age group, we look at, they didn't have phones in the classroom. Now, most of the classes have phones in them. So if you had to call your parent or if something happened, you had to go to the office. And I could understand why the last one, because it said, now you got to go through all the phones and everything. He said, but you know, you don't need to go through all that. We got phones in the classroom, and that would be disruptive if everybody did that. So, you know, I think about all of this, and the young man, I want to, my colleague here from Greene County makes a good point, and that's why when we start talking about public education, this is great bill, great concept. Understand that all schools are not equal. Many of our schools have phones in the classroom, but a lot of them don't. When we pass state laws that we blanket the whole state, let's make sure that they have the resources in that classroom. And so before we start funding choice schools and other things, let's make sure when we pass these laws that impact public education, we have provided them with the tools they need, Senator, so that they can fulfill that. I think it was a great idea. I want to thank the young man for his involvement in educating me on what's new in our schools now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess at this time would be a good time to recognize our page for the week. Hudson Boys from Summerville, Alabama, paging for Senator Orr. If you could please stand. Good to have you this week. You want a point of personal privilege?
Sure, I do.
Okay.
Senator, I just want to thank you as well. My daughter is a high school principal, and the stories that she has shared with me for a number of years concerning the cell phone in the classroom. This bill is so important, not only for the administrators, but for the students. So, Mr. President, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share that thought. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that thought. Thank you, Senator Allen. Okay. Now, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar, please.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 165 by Representative Rim and others regarding state holidays.
Mr. President, move for third reading dispense with use of previous rule without objection.
Long roll. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 13 ayes, 5 nays. House Bill 165 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 506 by Representative Lovern regarding off-road vehicles.
Mr. President.
Senator Bell.
This just authorizes fire departments to designate their ATVs as official vehicles. I saw this does as final passage using Nero, long roll.
All right, Secretary, call long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 506 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 505 by Representative Sells regarding the Alabama Tax Tribunal.
All right, Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This from Department of Revenue, what it does, it extends the time period for an appeal for a taxpayer from 30 days to 60 days, just to give them more time to appeal any kind of issues that they've got. So request third reading to be dispensed of using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 505 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Carnley. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 528 by Representative Holt Jones and others regarding consumer protection.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a consumer protection bill for unconscionable pricing, basically price gouging after states of emergency. It goes on quite a bit in our area. After hurricanes, we see those things happen. With that explanation, I'd move that we, for final passage, using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 528 passes. Thank you, Senator Sessions.
Thank you.
Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 90 by Representative Clark regarding municipal housing authorities.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is this bill and the next one is about housing authorities and giving them powers for tax exempt for properties that they have for further economic development on their property. If there are no questions, I'll move final passage using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 90 passes. Thank you. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 91 by Representative Clark regarding county housing authorities.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Mr. Chairman, this is a companion bill. The first one was for municipalities, this for county housing authorities. I have an amendment that was added on, and I'll offer that amendment now.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to House Bill number 91 by Senator Coleman Madison. Replace line 401 on page 15 with the following.
This just includes county municipalities and other political subdivision. As we know, they partner to build housing. Some of it is private homes on these to offer for people in low-income housing. So I move the amendment using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Coleman Madison, amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Chairman. Now I
Senator.
move final passage as amended
All right, you on your
using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 91 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 493 by Representative Ellis regarding child advocacy centers.
Senator.
President, this bill updates our standards for our children's advocacy centers, and I would, without objection, move for final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 493 passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Gavan. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 384 by Representative Crawford and others regarding food enrichment.
Mr. President,
Senator Melson.
this bill has to do with the requirement of certain food products being brought in the U.S. that niacin needs to be put in them. They have a higher incidence of neural tube defects at birth, and this helps prevent it. And so I'd just like to ask for final passage using previous row.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-nine ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 384 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 148 by Representative Pettis and others regarding motor vehicles.
Mr. President.
Senator Melson.
This just requires citizens of other states that drive through Alabama have the same liability insurance as those as residents and follow the resident guidelines.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
How do we make that mandatory?
How do you make it for citizens?
How do we make it mandatory? How do we tell other states to make that mandatory? It's interstate commerce. People are going to pass through our interstates. How do we make it mandatory that they do something in their state that they do in Alabama? I just want to understand how do we make it mandatory that they have it?
And I can check with Representative Pettis, but he checked with Aaliyah, and they said that that is acceptable to do that.
I would like to hear that from Aaliyah. I don't know what's acceptable and what can we do mandatory, because this makes it mandatory. Do we send word out throughout the world? If you're going to come through Alabama, you got to have this, or you can't come through our state?
I don't think we send out any rules to other states' drivers. We don't tell them they have to have a car tag or a registration, or they have to have
but other states require that they have that.
Okay.
Anyway, that's what you require to have that. But if a state doesn't require something, but we're saying we're making it mandatory that they come through our state, that they have it.
Yes, if they decide to drive on our highway.
You know, and I think this bill, you and I kind of talked about it, this bill goes after non-residents. So are we just after what we call aliens or illegal immigrants, or this is just anybody? Because right now what you have, the problem that you and I talked about, you can have that same problem in the state of Alabama.
This bill, according to the sponsor in the House, says it's not related to illegal immigrants. I guess that, would they be covered more on federal? Obviously, I'm not going to get into addressing illegal immigrants. That would be ICE or Homeland Director. This wasn't directed to them.
Yeah, but okay, let's just say we're not talking about, we're talking about the average American citizen that is born in the United States.
Right.
Okay, so you're telling me that non-residents mandatory insurance requirement?
You know, I
don't like the word mandatory. What we're saying, you know, to say that they, because
we have our own rules and regs for.
So every state say they got to have insurance already, right?
No, I do not know that. I mean, I'm not going to say they do or don't. I can't tell you. I know some require a license for guns.
I would like to know from Aaliyah before we pass this bill, is that a requirement that every state has to have it anyway? Because if that's not the case, if that is the case that every state already has to have insurance, then it doesn't. This bill is not. It's a non-bill, because then, if somebody, even in Alabama, that doesn't have insurance, you're going to have the same situation that you would have if somebody came from another state and hit your vehicle without insurance.
Well, I just learned from our
it's the same situation.
Insurance agent here that only New Hampshire doesn't require liability insurance. I'm going to bring my House sponsor up, and to expedite this calendar, I would like to carry this over to the call of the chair.
I'm okay with that.
All right, any objection?
Yes.
All right.
I'm okay with
you object, or you good? All right, no objection to carry over call of the chair. All right, House Bill 148 is carried over call of the chair. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 509 by Representative Sorrells and others regarding game breeder licenses.
Senator Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill for our game breeders in the state, and I do have a floor amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Amendment to House Bill 509 by Senator Sessions. Replace line 25 on page 1 with the following. Replace lines 81 through 100 on page 3 through 4 with the following.
All right, Senator Sessions.
At this time, I'd like to move to adopt the amendment using previous rule without objection.
All right.
Mr. President, I would please explain this amendment, what is agreed upon, because I do have some questions about this bill and what it's doing and how does it affect for me, who is a hunter who believe in fair chase.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair question. Were you in committee? I don't know if you were in committee when we.
No, I wasn't in committee that day when you passed it.
And this is not the hunting pens. This is the breeding pens.
I understand.
So these pens are going to be double fenced, and they're really protected. They're really taken care of real well. And the game breeders just feel like they have a lot of money invested in these. They can do live testing to transport these animals. So they're just looking for a little consideration from conservation. And they've worked on this and they've agreed upon these, this amendment that really, it kind of protects both sides.
I have a few questions I want to ask about this bill that I want to get a better understanding. And I understand that this is agreed upon amendment with conservation and everybody. And I just want to know, under this bill, can a deer breeder that's inside, is it CWD that we call it?
Yeah, that's what, conservation is really concerned about, this chronic wasting disease. And, I think perhaps Senator Williams might could explain it better than me. He's dealt with these guys a lot, but it's almost like a cattle operation.
Right.
They're going in there, they're doing genetic testing, they're breeding these deer up to be resistant to CWD. There are very, very few instances when these deer are having, I don't know of any positives within any of our deer breeding operations within the state.
But we're concerned about the disease that's inside of these fence, right? So let's say, for instance, if a tree fall down on your fence and it gets out, a deer gets out that may have CWD, right? It may have the disease. Who's responsible for that if it comes over and it infects my herd and your deer affects my herd?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's the reason they have went to spending so much money and doing genetic testing is, more than likely, if that deer gets out of that pen, it's not going to have CWD. I mean, they are that far along in genetics. The CWD is coming from the wild herd, the domestic deer that are out in the minding your woods and are out in the edges of my fields and in all the pines that's unfenced in your area. That's where we're getting the possibility from CWD, and it's not coming from within these pen-raised animals.
So it's not coming from within these pen animals?
There's been none that I know of in the state. There's none been that has ever tested positive in the state of Alabama. They have a lot of money.
Do they have to have a certain size of a pen for breeders?
I think there's certain requirements. They has to be double fenced to where, the wild deer and the tame deer can't, I call them tame, but the breed deer can't get nose to nose.
If I set up a fence at point A, then there's a lane and there's another fence for point B. So even if the deer gets in the lane, he can't get across. And how are the fence? 6 feet or better?
I want to say they're 8 feet.
8 to 10 feet.
Yeah, 8 to 12.
8 to 12 feet. Yeah, it's kind of hard for Big Buck to jump there.
That's what I say. Senator Williams is more well-versed in this than I am. That's why he's standing here giving me a little information.
So, see, I have I understand guys hunting for trophy, and I know you're growing them in there, and you're almost petting these deers because they basically not gonna run nowhere because you hunt them inside of a fence.
And these deer we're talking about are actually not even being hunted. They're used for breeding and they're being sold to different operations.
Yeah, but their offsprings are being hunted. You ain't just bringing them in there just to breed them for nothing now. Come on. We know people paying $250,000 sometime for a hunt. We know that. This is a big business. This is not just about breeding and saying, I got some cute deer here for pets. We know this is a business here. So, and it's about the free chase of a hunt for me. That's what I'm saying. I like to hunt deer also. Just haven't had a chance to hunt in maybe a year or so. But at the end of the day, I like to hunt. And, I like the free chase. And I like to sit in my shoot house. Now, if I don't get a shot, then I just don't get a shot. That was just the day that the deer won, and maybe tomorrow I might get lucky.
A bad day out in the woods hunting or on the water fishing is better than a good day at work.
Amen. Amen. Because I think one day I think I was sitting up in my stand and I was snoring so loud, I think the deer thought I was calling the bucket. And I looked up and there he was walking.
You always get a good nap in that deer stand if it's
quiet. There's always some interesting things happen up in a deer stand. And you're just there at peace with nature. You hear all the birds chirping, the squirrels running. Squirrels will tell on you. When they see you coming, they'll just go, wah!
You shouldn't have mentioned that. The biggest buck I ever killed, of course, was not a tame deer, not a pen deer, but in the woods. About 5 minutes before that, I saw the most beautiful red cardinal that I'd ever seen in my life. Now, I always remember that cardinal just as much as I remember the hunt and killing the biggest deer that I'd ever killed.
Yeah.
So it's something about being out in nature. But like I said, this is a business, and these guys have a lot of money invested. But conservations come with this amendment. This is kind of their amendment to make sure that the deer that you and I hunt are still protected. We're not going to allow anything to happen to that group of deer, and they don't want anything to happen. If there's an outbreak, conservation has a way to deal with that, and we certainly.
While I understand it, I believe these guys want to be safe. They want to do the best testing. I think that because if they get a reputation that they have CDW, nobody's going to come and buy their deer. They're not going to be investing this money, and I believe in all that. But they can't control nature, because a lot of times not only do the deer eat out the trough, so does hogs, sometimes turkeys. Other animals get in to eat, and some other may be carrying a disease or pick up a disease and carry it from trough to trough. We don't know. Sometimes you just don't know how do we get there. So let me ask this question. So if one deer is found to have CDW, do they have to destroy the entire herd?
They'd have to destroy at least 10%, and then they would test. Now, there is a way to do live testing. So I think it's up to 10% of the herd that would have to be destroyed if they found a positive case, if I'm saying that right.
So let me understand. So if I got 100 deer, if I find one, so at least 10 of them got to die to test. So then if I find it in another one, then everybody got to go.
And I think one of the contentions with the breeders in conservation is we need to come up with a live test, because right now conservation's only recognizing a test of a cadaver deer, basically a deer is deceased. So basically you'd have to destroy that deer before you test it. But there are ways. USDA has some approved tests to test a live deer.
I think conservation has done a great job in terms of deer hunting in this state and the laws that they've made administratively. Could this not have been done administratively versus having a bill here?
I do believe that conservation is dedicated to try and work the best they can, but I think on the other hand, when you're talking about these businesses having this much invested, they just want some assurity, and that's the reason we're trying to get this bill passed. Hey, we may not even need it. It may never come into play. We hope not. There's been very little CWD found in the state, most of it isolated to the very northwestern portion, I believe, of the state. So hopefully we're doing something that will never be a problem, but it's potential.
So deer breeding, do they have to have a permit for this? And does conservation issue that permit?
Yeah, they're all checked by the state veterinarian. I mean, they're all still going to be
So this is not just self-testing for them, so at least state veterinarians are doing the testing.
Yes.
This is not self-testing and self-reporting.
No.
So this is state veterinarians coming out, testing, so in order for me to get on your property to test, do I say, state veterinarian say, I'm coming out today and test your deer, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'm sure they could do it at a random, I don't know if they test every breeder every year or how that works, but I'm sure that they have the authority to test them when and if they feel necessary.
And I just, I ended up with some questions here, but
like I said, Senator, I do believe conservation's okay with the bill now with their amendment. If we get their amendment on there, I believe they're,
And see, my questions came before I knew y'all had an amendment. and I refused not to ask my questions. I've done my little work on these questions, okay?
I understand. I got you.
Oh, but I do know that, to my understanding from talking to some other people in this, that hunting and understand this business, that there may have been some confirmed cases in somewhere in northwest Alabama. I think maybe 10 or 12 cases.
Yeah, but pretty sure, like I said, all those were in the wild outside. These were not.
They were not in fence.
They were not.
All of these were in the wild.
These were in the wild, yes.
They were not inside fence at all.
They were not.
Okay. You don't even hunt. I'm talking about a good bill. You ain't hunted in 900 years and talking about a good bill. You wouldn't even know what a deer look like running across the field. They don't hunt in Mount Brook. Moved up in them deer habitat. The biggest hunting you got is throwing a rock, tell them to get out the yard. My God. Oh, we're talking about a good bill. My Lord. So let me ask you this question, because I heard this and I don't know what the truth. In terms of a mile radius, let's say if I found WD at point A, is there a mile radius that I would test in? Is something like 25, 30-mile radius that I would test anybody who's around?
Is it 10 miles or 20 miles? 20 mile
20,
radius.
25 miles?
Be test.
Radius that we test in? So they shut everything down within a 20-mile radius. Okay. Because that's what the old big buck does. He'll roam 20 miles.
And that'd still be in effect. It's just that, these guys want to be protected with those deer in those pens, knowing that unless there's a confirmed case in that pen, they're not just going to go in there and kill 10% of their deer. And that's one of the main reasons for the legislation.
Okay, so, but we still would test them inside the fence, though.
You still stopping.
Yeah.
Any hunt or anything.
Because you may have a crack on the north end of your fence that you don't know you have.
Right.
Yet that a deer got in somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, a tree may have fallen after the storm, and you don't know whether or not you got it, you know, on that end of the fence, and another deer has gotten in. And so therefore, at least if one is in the wild, if one has been seen in the wild, caught in the wild, I kill him, go to get tested, right? In the wild. Now we're gonna do this 20-mile radius. And now Senator Williams has a farm where he's doing his breeding within that 25-mile radius. Your deer will still get tested. Okay, I got you. I just want to make sure that you're not excluding you just because you're inside the fence that you don't still get tested. That's okay. And so this amendment then okay, this talk about transfer of licenses.
Yeah, to another owner.
Tell me about that.
To another deer breeder. That's what the live testing is for. Because here's the thing, if I'm a breeder in South Alabama and I want to buy, hey, this guy up in North Alabama's got good bloodline, they've done their homework, they got good genetics, and I want to introduce some of that into my, you know, my herd or my pen.
Just like a bull.
Yeah, yeah. They can transfer them. Now, there's steps for them to be. Now, I'm not going to want to buy an animal that's got CWD, and they're not going to want to sell one that has it. So, you know, opportunity for the live testing, and then they can transfer it because nobody's going to be, you know, the business is not going to be going on if there's an outbreak.
So let me ask you, so just like I may buy a registered pit bull, or I may buy a registered bull, when I buy this deer, does the papers come with them showing the testing and everything, that maybe whether or not the last time the testing happened?
I'm sure they're keeping records of what that deer may be, what sire she, you know, most of this is probably done by artificial insemination, so they'll know what buck is basically they're breeding this doe with. So I'm sure they're keeping records of that. I don't know if it's in the depth of.
So y'all doing artificial insemination so the boy don't get to do no job.
Careful. Careful.
The buck just become neutered.
I'll let you talk about it.
He have no play in this. My Lord, that'd be even better than kill his bee.
Listen, we're in favor of IVF in the state of Alabama.
Not really. Not the bill we pass here. Not the bill we pass in the state of Alabama. We're not. All right, guys. I guess this, since conservation is okay with this amendment, and I'm not going to get in conservation way. I did have a whole lot of other questions I wanted to ask, because I've talked to some folks and some people sent me some questions to ask.
I understand. And listen, this state, the wild deer population and the hunting in this state is way too popular, way too valuable for us to take a chance and messing up. We're not. I mean, these guys are good actors. They're doing things right. They just want some assurance that they have some protections in their business, and that's all this is about. And Senator, if you'd allow me to adopt the amendment for conservation, I'd love to move the amendment.
All right, so we're on the amendment.
Yeah, we could adopt the amendment. I still want a couple more questions, though.
Previous roll, without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, no nays. The amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Sessions.
Senator, I think my colleague had a couple more questions.
So, does the state get tax off of this?
I'm not 100% sure. The breeder's license.
Just the breeder's license. Yeah. Just the breed, because now they become property. you know, just like anything else. So we can't get a tax on per deal like property, like become property now.
Well,
Because you just like you said,
is it personal property?
It's personal property.
Yeah. It's kind of
just get to walk away.
Yeah, it's kind of a gray area there, but they do pay a fee, a license fee. They bring a lot of people into the state, a lot of interstate commerce. It's good business. I think Senator Williams, didn't you tell me that those pens are inspected every year? Every year. The Game and Fish actually inspects those pens every year, so for the breeders. So they know the license holder, and they go out there and inspect those breeding facilities every year.
So I understood that before this bill, before this amendment, that Cattlemen's and the other Congressional Sportsman Foundation was against this bill.
Yeah, there were a lot.
That's the way it was written.
Yeah, as it was written.
So this amendment is agreement among all of those entities together that they can live with.
Right.
Everybody can live with it.
We can live with it.
Well, I'm not going to stand in the way of people who do this for a living. And as long as we're not getting away from the state being able to do testing, as long as we're still allowing them to be able to freely come on and test the animal, it's not self-testing, but it's by state veterinarians who are going to do the test, and that we have a documentation of that. And even though, as long as we find it, that we can make sure that we get rid of it and be able to secure that away from the public and making sure that other deers are not infected by it.
And before we final pass on this, I do want to thinking forward, thinking ahead. I think at some point within this state, the deer breeders will actually help our wild herds by introducing genetics that are totally resistant to this disease. So I think it'll be a win for the entire state. So I appreciate.
So we're against genetically created steaks and meat, but we want to genetically create a deer. Now, we had a bill last year that we didn't want no beef that was genetically created.
The genetics are already there. They're just pulling them out of other.
We didn't want that beef that was being created inside of a lab, but now we want this deer meat, because I love venison. I love to eat deer meat. I love it. Had some cube steak Sunday with some gravy and onions.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. I got it from a good friend from down south. Good cube and real kind of thin. I think it probably ran through the cube 2 or 3 times. And it was good and tender.
Senator Williams didn't bring you no care package, did he?
Well, sometimes, you might just show up. No, I got it from Senator Roberts from Mountain Brook.
Oh, okay.
All right, Senator Sessions, y'all.
Yeah, it's like hunting them squirrels in the yard, right?
Mr. President, if there's no objection, I move for passage as amended using the previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Britton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 509 passes. Before we move on to the next bill, I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guests are Senator Melson. When I call your name, if you could please stand. The Harlan Elementary School from Florence. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Hope you all enjoyed the great discussion. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 137 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding Aaliyah.
Senator Orr or Senator Chambliss?
No.
Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill just extends the wiretapping and allows interpreters. With that, I'd move final passage using the previous roll.
Yeah, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Straw Britton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 137 passes. Thank you, Senator Chambliss.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill number 207 by Representative Shaw regarding the Office of Information Technology.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, this is a departmental bill, Office of Information Technology. With that, I would make a motion for final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 207 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
Mr. President, I would like to reconsider 137. I had an amendment that I failed to put on that bill. It's a technical amendment. I did. Yeah, it was the last bill.
All right, any objection to using previous roll on the motion to reconsider? Hearing none, so ordered. Let me get the board right real quick, Senator Chambliss, all right? Previous roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. We are back on the bill.
Mr. President, I have a technical amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 137 by Senator Chambliss. Replace lines 92 through 93 on page 4 with the following.
Mr. President, this is just a list, an individual, corporation, partnership. One of those was left out, so we put it back in. With that, I would move to adopt the amendment using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Chambliss, amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I would make a motion for final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 137 passes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Melson.
I'd like to bring HB 148 back up at the call of the chair.
All right, Secretary, call up House Bill, what'd you say?
148?
148.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 148 by Representative Pettis regarding motor vehicles.
Mr. President, I think my colleague has got his answer satisfactory. So I'd like to go ahead and just ask for final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 148 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Melson. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 24 of the calendar, House Bill number 1 by Representative Brown regarding seafood. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Sessions.
President, I'd move to adopt the committee amendment using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Committee amendment's adopted. Senator Sessions.
I'd move for final passage as amended using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1 passes. Thanks, Senator Sessions. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 352 by Representative Crawford and others regarding agriculture.
Yes, Mr. President, what this does, it increases the cap from $1 a bale to $1.30 a bale. It has to be voted on by the cotton farmers. Request third reading be dispensed of using previous roll, no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 352 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call next bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 45 by Representative Oliver regarding the Medicaid agency.
Mr. President.
Senator Stutz.
House Bill 45 simply requires Medicaid to cover accepted colorectal cancer screening tests that are already covered by commercial insurance. And but before we vote on the bill, I have an amendment to offer that changes the effective date.
Art Secretary read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 45 by Senator Stutz. Replace line 31 on page 2 with the following.
This amendment simply changes from being effective immediately to changing it to October 1st so it will correspond with Medicaid fiscal year. There's no other discussion. I move adoption of the amendment using the previous row.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Stutz amendment's adopted. Senator Stutz.
Mr. President, I move for final passage as amended using the previous row.
Question. I'm sorry. I was talking to you. I didn't understand what your amendment. Yeah, could you just explain it one more
Change the
time?
effective date from.
No other questions. Just renew your
Mr.
motion.
President, I renew my motion for final passage with the previous row.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 45 passes amended. Thanks, Senator Stutz.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 416 by Representative Oliver regarding sudden cardiac arrest.
Mr. President,
Senator Melson.
we passed this bill last year and it had some funding. This year we put 2.5 million more, but this funding is for AEDs in schools to help with cardiac arrest in schools. We also included some instructions on where they need to be placed and how they need to be trained to use them properly. So
Yes.
I'd like for any comments.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you for bringing this. Last year, we put $5 million in that budget for that to happen. And I think that people were arguing about, because we had a bill prior year saying there must be training and there was no money to go with the training. They was going to take the money, the $5 million, and do more training than they were placing ADDs where they should be. And I'm glad you're at least bringing this now to say that they should be in our school system. It was for, the $5 million was for our schools. And so I think that they did it on a grant basis. Everybody, I don't know if everybody got some of the money. I really don't know where it all went to. But there was no real directive with where the money go. At least now that you're allowing them to put it where it needs to go.
That's correct. Well, I'd like to move for final passage using previous row.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 416 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary read and receive the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution number 97, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business and order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 29th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 28 of the calendar, House Bill number 372 by Representatives Ingram and others regarding Elmore County. On page 37, House Bill 433 by Representative Wood, R, regarding Talladega County. On page 37, House Bill 464 by Representative Hill regarding St. Clair County. On page 28, House Bill 468 by Representative Estes regarding Marion County. On page 34, House Bill 500 by Representative Yarbrough regarding Lawrence County. On page 27, House Bill 511 by Representative Brinyart regarding Fayette County. On page 28, House Bill 512 by Representative Brinyart regarding Fayette County. On page 28, House Bill 496 by Representative Stubbs and others regarding Elmore County. On page 34, House Bill 463 by Representative Smith and Bedsole regarding Chilton County. On page 67, House Bill 598 by Representative Smith and others regarding Otaga County.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the report from the Committee on Rules using the previous row.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the motion, please.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are local bills. And as I said, these are local House bills. And these bills are being put on this particular calendar as bills that we think that are going to possibly be vetoed by the governor, or she would not sign those bills. And I think that that comes through a conversation that our leaders, the Speaker and the Pro Tem, had with the governor on last week. And that is why we're not signing dying tomorrow. We're going to wait till the 14th because we wanted to have that extra day. Well, I have a bill down in the House that meets this same criteria. And I don't see my local bill on the House schedule. So I don't know why I should stand here and allow House members to be able to carry home their bacon and I don't get to fry mine in my community. I don't care what's in these bills. I don't know what you're doing, what these taxes are about. Don't care. This is your local bill. And I'm not trying to kill, and I've never stood here to try to kill anyone's local bill. But I brought my local bill 2 to 3 years in a row, and it has passed this body, and I want to thank all the members here. And I know these local bills does not only affect those members down there individually, it affects you also. While I do have sympathy for that, and you all got my bill out, I'm not trying to be here to be punitive against anyone. But I want my local bill just like you want your local bill. And I'm going to vote for your local bill because I want you to have your local bill. But they're going to come out a little bit slow and a little bit more methodical today than usual. Because other than that, y'all know me, I'll stand up here and we'll run all 40 or whatever bills we got, and y'all can sit down and go do what you want to do. We've done that over and over and over again over the years, and y'all know that I do that. And so my standing here is not personal. It's not being dilatory. I just want my bill like everybody else wants theirs. My bill represents an industry that has been around for 50 years, and all I'm doing is upgrading a statute that we already have that's already legal in this state. Not trying to do anything that's illegal. It has already been deemed legal in this state. And while the House want to hold up my local bill, I don't understand. And so for House members, if you want your local bill passed out, you probably need to talk to your leadership, because I want my bill passed, and so it'll have the same chance with the governor that your local bills are having with the governor. I don't have a problem with any of these bills. Bill for Elmore County. The gentleman is standing right there, a good friend. I don't care what you do in Elmore County. I really don't. You can put as many taxes on your people if you want to. That's specifically for Elmore County. Talladega County. They want to distribute a special county sales and use tax. Woo, all these Republicans sending taxes. Y'all got some tax bills. I thought y'all were anti-tax. But anyway, but that's your business. That's your community. I don't care. I really don't. I know y'all want me to say that, right? Be quiet, taxes. But that's your business. I don't really care nothing about what you do in your county. These bills to say, if Bobby Singer done come through my county, I'm going to cut his head off. I wouldn't know because I ain't trying to read your bill. Don't care what's in it. Really don't. But for some reason, the leadership in the House has decided they know what's best for my community, because they don't want to put up something for my community. No other local bill down there. Not even treating it as a local bill. They're treating it as a general bill. They either got to go on a calendar and then get picked. I have problems with that. I've gone down and I've talked to these gentlemen. I've seen them. They've looked me in my eyes and they keep giving me these half answers about what they're going to do. I would just wish there'd be men enough to just look me in my eyes and tell me, we're not going to pass your bill, and then I'm just going to do what I got to do. So while we're talking about one bill that I've been trying to do for the last couple of years, I held off my bill. My bill was introduced the first day of the legislative session here. We held it in this body for a while, pending what may happen with a statewide bill. I was willing to allow that to happen. When that was voted that you all weren't going to do that, then I proceeded to have my bill moved. The bill was then signed out, put on the calendar. We moved the bill. My bill is not a constitutional amendment. It doesn't require 63 votes down there. It didn't require 21 votes up here. If members down there don't want to vote on the bill, they don't have to vote on the bill. It's just a simple majority, the bill will pass. If they don't want that vote on their record, they don't have to vote. They can abstain or they can just not vote at all. It's a simple solution. And I'm willing to stand here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for the next 10 hours. So I'm going to talk an hour on each and every one of them until I get to understanding of some resolution of what's going to happen to mine. And there's 40 of these such bills. Somebody's not going to go home with something. And I know why this calendar, and I agree with this calendar. I want this calendar to happen. And then if I get cloture, at least that's 20, 30 minutes I get out because I'm going to have each and every one of them read if you cloture me. And we'll just go through that process for the rest of the day. Tonight, we might not even get to the sign and die party. We'll just have to sign and die here. So I don't think I should always have to be the one to give every year. I gave last year. I could have done the same thing and I just gave up and said, hey, let's pass these bills. My bill was on the calendar down there last year. After standing here passing all their bills, they signed and died and went home. We were left up here to do what we did. Got their bills out. So all I want is some resolution. I don't bother anybody, Bill. I'm being fair. I try to be open. I give you my word, and I maintain my word. There's no one in this body or in that body down there can say that I ever told them something that I was going to do and I didn't do it. If I told you I was going to vote no, I stuck with you. If I told you I was going to support you, I stuck with you. Regardless of what the position was, I voted on bills that was uncomfortable for me to go back home. I understand that the executive branch said that they would veto my bill if it come over there. Each and every time the executive branch have asked me to be with them, I have been with them 100%, even when it wasn't popular. I don't know why my bill have to be the catalyst of destruction in these bodies. It's not harming anyone else. It's only for my county. Just like these bills are only for your county. And all I want is a fair shake. I have members up here who voted and walked on my bill. 1 or 2 voted against it. I don't hold grudges like that. If a bill die, just die. I've had plenty of bills to come up and die. But at least want a fair shake. And I don't see why a local bill, and I know we have a Rule 80, it's common courtesy for local bills. And I have to say that this body respects common courtesy. And I appreciate this body. Yes, sometimes it's a little difficult because I know people have gotten in their mind that certain things that they're not going to do. But at least we work through the process. And we're able to get it in, we're able to get it out. And I respect each and every one of you for that. But I just don't understand the lower body of this legislature and why that leadership, I talked to one, they want to pass the buck to say somebody else. And I'm just tired of being played around with. I come here and I be very serious about my work. When I come here, I don't miss a day of legislative session. I'm always here. I'm active and I participate. I try to work situations out with every member. I try to deal with leadership to keep these bodies flowing. But this is what I get in the end. And so I'm tired of being the footstool that you walk on. And so we're going to take our time here today. And I want each and every one of these bills to pass. And I'm going to make sure that they get out. And so I don't care what goes on in St. Clair County. Compensation and benefits for your corner. And they're going to make it retroactive. That means somebody got to come up with the money for him. Do I care where you get your money from? That's on y'all. And it shouldn't be a problem even with the executive branch where y'all get y'all money from. They should not even have the attitude of wanting not to sign these bills. The reason why we got to go through this and have an extra day because of what goes on in your local county. I don't know why they even have an issue with it that we have to be in this posture. Marion County, service of a process. They want to get some fees for that. Do I care? No. Let your sheriff make a little money and the courts make some money. Lawrence County Sheriff, compensation, give your sheriff a raise. He probably deserves it. I don't care. Give your sheriff a raise. Because guess what? It is your local money coming out of your local taxes for your local sheriff. Fayette County, duties and compensation of revenue commissioner. Do I care? Nah. That's your business. You should be able to compensate these people for the work that they do. Back to Elmo County again. Elmo got it going on. To allow the county commission to levy a tax on vape products, alternative nicotine products, and tobacco products, and to levy a property assessment. A good old red county doing all these taxes. Do I care? No. While I might stop at Elmo County and well, I don't smoke, so I wouldn't be buying any of these products anyway. But if I did, I would just have to pay the Elmo County tax. Then that's what it is. Then you get to Chilton County. Chilton County got a 911 board of commission. They need to get a credit card and a debit card to be able to purchase. I think I did that for my sheriff a year or so ago because the sheriffs couldn't have debit cards or credit cards for travel. And we were able to give them the right to be able to do that. Town of Pine level in Otago County, they wanted to be able to expand their corporate limits. Do I care? I don't care what they do in the town of Pine level. I think I've been to Pine level maybe twice in my life. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to convey to you all is this is your local stuff. And I don't care what goes on in your counties. But it seems like every time I have a local bill, even in this body, there was mumbling about wanting to pass my local bill. But we eventually got it out. I think if it was a constitutional amendment, it may have not gotten out. But it got out last year also. But this bill does not require a constitutional amendment. It just requires my bill to be passed by a majority, well, a simple vote of those who are present in the quorum. It could be 1-0. The BIR is gone, so all they got to do is pass it. Unlike us, they don't have previous role. And so I'm just looking forward to hearing about these bills. Let's just kind of discuss what's going on in your county. And I'm sure there's some great things going on in these counties. I was shown a picture that it may be on a second calendar somewhere. But if they decide to go and it doesn't get to it today, if they decide to get it out on the last day, then it might as well be dead because the governor's not going to sign it. I want my bill in the same position as we're trying to help these House members get their bill in. They killed it in committee, went back and revived it, brought it back up. Even after the chairman told me that I could leave and he was going to handle it. And they handled it all right, they killed it. But then they came back to revive it. So now, that was almost 2 weeks ago. And it's just been sitting there, and it's a local bill. Other local bills have come, Senate bills have come and gone. But my bill still sit. It sit like that bill, I'm only a bill sitting on Gold Hill. Well, it's a long, long journey to the capital city where I sit in line waiting on a committee. How I hope to be a law someday, how I hope and pray, but today I am still just a bill. It's still just a bill. Sitting, waiting, patiently. Yeah, they get away with people. They're killing Big Bird. Big Bird need a job. I saw Big Bird on 3rd Avenue up in Birmingham looking for a job. Broke now. And I know that these are some good bills, and I want y'all to have your bills, and people in this body has worked with me, and I've worked with you on several different things, on a lot of different things. I'm being called into meetings.
Senator Singleton?
Yes.
Time has expired on the calendar. Secretary, call the roll. Short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
$32 ayes, no nays. The special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, House Bill number 372 by Representative Ingram and others regarding Elmore County. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Barfoot, you recognize.
Thank you, sir. I move for final passage of HB 370. Motion to adopt, move to adopt the committee amendment.
All right, any objection to previous roll?
Long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton.
Aye.
Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-two ayes, no nays. The committee amendment is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 28 of the calendar, House Bill number 372 by Representative Ingram and others regarding Elmore County.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you. I'd move for final passage of HB 372 as amended using previous roll. I believe my colleague across the way may have some comments or.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to start my first hour.
Senator Singleton, you're
Thank you.
recognized.
Thank you, Senator. And I think that this is a great bill. You're going to levy some kind of rental tax. What kind of rental tax are we talking about on distribution?
This has to do for rental tax, as you noted, specifically for only Elmore County, on any person who's leasing or renting tangible personal property.
Okay, so any tangible personal property, and what is the tax lever on it?
Well, it specifically states 9.5% less the lesser of the following: the general state rentals tax levied pursuant to Code Section 40-12-222A1, or 4%.
It went through all that to say, or 4%, right?
And I will say, it certainly, there's the county commission can appropriate the proceeds 90% to infrastructure and 10% to economic development. I know you're for economic development. I know you're for infrastructure.
Yes. Well, thank you. And I think this is a great bill. And as your county is growing up there, and it's a growing county, these are the kind of things to do to try to bring revenue to continue to provide services for growth. As people come along, you're growing. There may be needs for, development of if the city and county need to put in new roads or something of that nature, access entries, or, they can utilize this money off of rental property to do a lot of different things that are going back into their general fund. And this is a good bill. The one thing about local bills is that I like going through local bills as we hear this, because I see a lot of this could be utilized in counties. And sometimes I get good ideas to try to move some of this stuff in my counties that actually my county commissioners, do they have a problem with this? And making sure that they can move some of these same things that are going on. Sometimes I think that we should not just recreate the wheel and making the wheel roll differently, and making sure that we can help these other communities grow. I want to support this because I'm not just only a senator for Senate District 24, but I'm a senator for the entire state. I'm a state senator. But the one thing I don't do is try to come across someone else's line and get involved in their state business. That's what I don't do, and that's what I'm not intending to do. And so that is one of the things that we gonna have to look at and make sure that we continue to grow these communities. Mr. President, I would like to yield without using my time and place to the gentleman across without a motion, okay?
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Senator Singleton. You are correct. Elmore County is a growing county. We experienced a lot of growth. It has been one of the faster growing counties in the state, and I'm proud to represent Elmore County in District 25. A substantial part of Elmore County that falls within that district. Of course, my Senate colleague here from Watauga County represents the other portion of Elmore County. This was, I think, as you said, a good bill. It will help generate tax revenue, and those tax revenues would be deposited into the Enhanced Elmore County Fund. The county commission actually would have to vote to appropriate the proceeds, 90%, as I said earlier, for infrastructure, 10% for economic development, and then obviously we want to start this as soon as possible. The act requires that should the governor sign it, it would become law on June the 1st of this year. So important bill for the citizens of Elmore County, and I think it obviously is something that is needed. I think other counties probably have similar rental taxes there. The amendment that was on there, I think, excluded rental vehicles, cars, maybe that you'd get from, if your car's broken down and you have to go lease an automobile to get back and forth to work. And so we didn't want to, tax those folks whenever they had that specific need for vehicle there. The interesting thing is that, as I said before, it goes into fairly in depth about how that tax is calculated, and the term privilege tax to be called a rental tax on each person leasing or renting tangible personal property. As you know, that personal property definition does not include real estate. It theoretically, we're talking about maybe pieces of machinery that you might need to rent, other types of personal property, probably including, there's a rental for, you see some of these places that they rent washing machines and all, and I think might would have even apply to that, but it is personal property and the rental of that. The section goes on in Section 2 now. The Revenue Commissioner of Elmore County calculate the rates for the tax levied on this section using the formula provided in subsection C, rounded to the nearest 0.1%, and shall publish notice of the rates by August 1st of 2025. And so again, that's something that the public will know what those rates are. Those merchants of that personal property that tax has been levied on, they will know what that rate increase or what that rate will be for those individuals who are renting that personal property. I'll follow that up by saying the rate for each incorporated area of the county, including the police jurisdiction, shall be equal to the difference of the following. Kind of go back through this: 9.5% less the lesser of the following: the general state rental tax rate levied pursuant to the code section that I mentioned earlier, or 4% less the applicable general rental or lease tax rate levied on the rental of tangible personal property by a municipality in the incorporated area or police jurisdiction. It also goes on because when you're talking about calculations, you never know what that looks like, but there's a specific section there that says, if the calculation from paragraph A, which is what I just went through, results in a negative number, no county rental tax shall be levied by this section. So it's important to note that that calculation does provide for the possibility that there should not be a county tax levied there. Those were dealing with the incorporated areas. Now, Section 2 or subparagraph 2 says the rate of unincorporated areas of the county, not to include any police jurisdiction, shall be an amount equal to the greater of 5 1/2% or the difference of the following, 9 1/2% less the lesser of the following. And it goes through that same code section that we mentioned earlier, or 4%. So a little bit different formulation there, but kind of the same pattern that you see there. And then continuing on down on page 2, if the rates are changed in reference to subsection C that are used to calculate the county rental tax rate, the revenue commissioner shall recalculate the county rental tax rates in subsection C and publish notice of the new rate adjustment. So again, notice to the public, notice to those individuals who may be dealing in any type of rental fees or personal property that's actually rented. I spoke earlier about the rental tax and the amendment, and I do think, going back to that, I do think it's important that we carve out exceptions to that. In this case, the amendment dealt with specifically the exemption for rental taxes as it relates to vehicles and those that were rented. Again, we don't want to put an extra burden. You know, I'm an attorney and I do a good bit of civil work, and in those cases I see often individuals who have been injured through no fault of their own, and there's obviously vast majority of the time that would include damage to a vehicle. And as you know, most of the times if the other individual has insurance, then hopefully the at-fault party's insurance carrier will cover that rental. So not only is this helping, that exclusion helping the, not only is that exclusion helping the individual not to pay the tax, but actually lightens the burden on insurance companies that might be responsible for covering some of that. And I think that's important that we try to be fair across the board to not only individuals, but corporations. And I think certainly this bill and the amendment that was referenced before and adopted tries to do that. The County Commission, of course, is the entity that shall certify by resolution the county rental tax rates levied in this section and any recalculations provided for by subsection D. You know, the County Commission in Elmore County does a great job. They're the body that oversees the county as a whole, and I know this came from the County Commission and an effort to make sure that pursuant to what the bill is trying to do, that we raise revenue for use in specific areas. As I said before, the bill itself does exactly that, infrastructure and economic development. So I don't know if you, Senator Singleton, I don't know if you have any questions about what I just said about that.
Well, I thank you for that explanation. That, you know, I was listening to you and I heard you talk about the economic development in your county, and I think that this is a great bill for you all to do. You know, in my county, I don't have a whole lot of jobs. I don't have a whole lot of economic development going on. And it's not that for the lack of we're trying. Been working through commerce, trying to get industry, the counties, building infrastructure, we water and sewer, we got an interstate going through, got an industrial park, just trying to make things happen. This is just one industry in my counties that is a legal business. It is a legal business. I'm not trying to start something new. I'm trying to just do something that's already in existence. And so this is my Mercedes. This is my Hyundai. It is sad that that's what it is. It is what it is. And so I just hope that leadership in the House will just come off that and allow my local bill to move like everybody else's local bill. or just give me an explanation as to what's so uptight about it. I know that they made the statement that they sent us a comprehensive gaming bill up here 2 years ago, and we didn't do anything with it. You know, me and my people delivered. I voted for your bill, supported your bill. And now this is what I do is to get punished for it. Because I have an entity in my county that has already been existing for 50 plus years, and I just want to upgrade a statute. I'm not asking for anything new. This is something that already exists. If you don't pass this bill, it's not like my industry is going to close the door tomorrow, they're going to die. It's going to still be alive. Or it's not going to be what the Attorney General or the court has ruled us unconstitutional. That is not the case. This is not bingo. This is pari-mutuel. It's been around since 1977. So I don't understand what's the problem is. They found a reason in the bill to say last year where in the division of the money, we allocated 1% to the legislative delegation to be able to give out grants in the community. Well, they didn't want me doing that, so I took away that 1% and I gave it to the hospital. So what? We don't have to do it. Still going to the county. Then this year, they said the bill was statewide. I got LSA to look at it, and they created language to make sure that it was clear, very clear, that it was only for one particular county. I changed that for them, thinking that we would be okay with that. That means that they're scrutinizing my local bill, and I dare to ask them what is in somebody else's local bill. They probably couldn't even tell you, because they probably don't look at other folks' local bills like they looked at mine. And what that tells me is some special interest probably have them blocking my bill. If that's the case, just tell me. Then I won't have to be standing here on your bill, because I want your bill to pass. Exactly. At least where two or more of together, the good Lord is in the presence. So I'm just asking for fairness and parity, that's all. I'm not asking anybody to do me a favor. Like James Brown said, I don't know karate, but I know crazy. But, you know, this is going to be a long day. I know people got a sign and die party they want to go to.
new local bill. It doesn't have to have hereby because it's already done. And the effective date and all the term and all that stuff is in here. And that can all be deleted now as well because it has been, those offices have been abolished and combined into the Revenue Commissioner. So finishing up here until October 1 of 2027, the Revenue Commissioner of Fayette County shall continue to receive the same base salary as the Commissioner is receiving on September 30th, 2025. And then as of October 1, 2025, in addition to the base salary, the Revenue Commissioner shall receive an expense allowance of $15,000 per year, payable in equal monthly installments. Then beginning in October 1 of 2027, Revenue Commissioner's base salary shall be $67,000 per annum, and the salary and expense authorized in sections A and B are then void. So they'll have those two, the base salary and the expense allowance until the end of September 30th, 2026. Then October 1, 2027, those will be combined into the salary. So I thought he was going to have a question, but he disappeared on me, so I'll just keep talking about this bill. Going back up, Senator, did you have a question or comment?
No, sir, I read the bill. I like it.
Okay. All righty. Well, I like it too because it's a local bill and it's in someone else's district, and I certainly would give them local courtesy to do whatever it is they want to do in their area, and I would not want to stand in the way of that. So, Senator, did you have a question? I know I went through that fairly fast. I can go back through it again and if we need to, or clarify anything.
I just got one question. You represent Fayette County?
You know, Senator, I'm a state senator. Now, the man asked me a question, didn't even listen to my answer.
Listen, we just wondered what that map looked like on the redistricting that gets you all the way up to Fayette County.
I'm a man for all the people.
I know that.
State senator.
I know that.
State senator.
District 31.
Not a county senator, state senator. So we try to look out after all the state of Alabama. And we say all that, and Jess, you know, and you do the same, and we all do the same. But on local legislation, local politics are local, and we try to do what our county commissions and city councils and all those who are elected back home, the closest to the people, we try to do what it is that they ask us to do.
Yeah, you know, that is something to consider, because at the local level, generally speaking, we do try to accomplish and work through the issues that we have the responsibility of, but that those in the local elected officials, that they see the needs and have their fingers on the pulse of those in each of the counties that we represent, and come to us and say, hey, this is something that we think would benefit the citizens of that particular county, which we also represent, but we rely on those county commissioners and the county commission as a whole to, you know, advocate for what they need at the local level. And then typically, as you said, you know, if there's no real opposition to it, or if we think that it's, I mean, certainly if we see something that we don't like in that local proposed legislation, I mean, we have the ability to stop or slow that down, but generally we defer to the local folks. Would you, is that a?
I would agree with that, and you know, there's some good reasons for that. One is, I don't know about you, but during the last three and a half months, I've been in Montgomery. So for me to know what's going on at the local level is a little bit harder to do when we're in Montgomery, and especially Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and even Fridays, because I'm usually pretty tired on Friday, and then trying to do our private work as well. So I think it is the best government when those decisions are made as close to the people as possible. local government, and in this case, Fayette County. And interesting enough, when I was running for county commission, for state senate, I had been a county commissioner, and a lot of folks asked me how I was going to handle local legislation. And having sat in that seat, and I was like, well, that's easy. If the county commission is unanimous, or in my case, I said one short of unanimous, and I say, because you can always have an oddball. I was the oddball a lot of times. So one person shouldn't always stand in the way. So I say unanimous or one short of unanimous, and some here are unanimous. That's fine. But that was my commitment when I ran, is if that county commission, that city council voted unanimously or one short of unanimous, then I would support their position because they're closer to the people than I am on these type issues. So I was going to ask you, Senator, before you move away, I know you and I share Elmore County, and we really don't care where that line is. We're about all of Elmore County, both of us. But how many total counties do you serve?
Got 3. All of Crenshaw, about 3/4 of Montgomery geographically, 3/4 of Montgomery, and then what you say, I think about Elmore County. I think about 3/4 of Elmore County.
Yeah, I was going to say 65, somewhere in there. Yeah.
Close. So, and ask you the same question. You've got Autauga, Elmore, Coosa, Chilton,
Tallapoosa, a little bit of Tallapoosa. So
Wow.
I have all or parts of 5 counties and 16 municipalities.
Yeah.
So, that keeps you spread out, trying to go to all of them.
I wonder who represents the most counties here. I don't know if it's Senator Singleton or if it's Senator Stewart, but I think somebody represents, 7, 8?
Yeah.
8?
I would say
counties,
Stewart
Senator
probably.
Stewart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. It's a big area.
He's the man for the job, though, I can tell.
He is.
High energy, young.
Well, I appreciate you answering my questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I did. Well, I'll wait till the other senator gets back up. I got a little information on Marion and Marion County.
You found your answer?
Well, I think it's my answer. It's a strong clue.
How old were you when that question popped into your head? I think you said you were
I was
a little bit
in
younger.
I was in the single digits. I want to say 8 or 9, somewhere in there. Maybe I was 10, but something like that. And it's kind of funny. And the senator from Dallas will appreciate this, but if I can get the senator from Dallas's attention, he'll appreciate this, because whenever I was a kid, my dad, he was a kidder, he was a prankster, and anytime we'd be getting in the car going somewhere, Daddy, where are we going? Where are we going? We're going to Selma. We're going to Selma. And I didn't. I was a kid, I was young, like 5, 6, that kind of. And that had gone on for years. So one day, I got in the car, Daddy, where are we going? We're going to Selma. I'm like, no, we're not. Where are we going? Where are we going? No, we're going to Selma. We went to Selma that day. I remember it. I remember the candy company that had the taffy, I think it is. It was an American candy company, I think it was. I remember going to that in Selma and seeing everything, all the sights and stuff. So that was interesting. So getting back to our question earlier, Senator, I got a little information while you were still up here and I was seated. Marion County used to be much, much larger than what it is. It actually went over across the river into Mississippi, and it went all the way down to Washington County. So Marion in Perry County was in the center of Marion County at that time. So I think that tells me it was probably the same person named after. Not sure yet, but that county being as long from where it is now all the way down to Washington County, across the river into Mississippi. Of course, when Mississippi was formed, it was moved back. So anyway, that's a little bit of a little history there. And I don't know, I guess I'm a little geek about all that kind of stuff. But it's interesting. Yeah, so anyway.
You know, a lot of these explorers were the same people who put their names across a lot of different counties and even in states. Their name went across a lot of different places, you know.
And that was one you mentioned earlier, I didn't think about, was Tuscaloosa and Tuscaloosa County, and that's another one. I'm sure we can come up with, there's probably a few more. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know we got.
It said Chief Tuscaloosa was about 7 feet tall, so his feet hanging off his horse, they were like down to the ground. He was a tall
really?
chief. So
I
he was
didn't know
about
they
7 feet tall.
I didn't know we had
7'2".
7'2".
Yep.
I didn't know we had people that tall back then.
We came from the land of giants.
Well, that's true. That's true. But
I wonder, could he play basketball?
he might have invented it. I don't know.
He may have. I'm sure he shot an arrow through a hoop somewhere, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
So
jumping through hoops.
So Fayette County, I guess I confess a little bit more of my confusion is younger. You had Fayette County, and then you had Lafayette, and they're not in the same areas of the state. And some folks would, I guess, say Lafayette, but I don't think that's the way we say it around here. I think we say Lafayette, and that, if I'm remembering correctly, is over on the east side of the state. So a lot of geography, a lot of history, and a lot of useful and well, not necessarily useful, just kind of interesting information to me. But anyway, the tax assessor and tax collector in Fayette County, I don't know, I can't tell from the bill, but if I looked it up online, I could tell when they actually were combined, and we could look at that section of the code and 4529-240. And while we have a minute here, I think we can look that up and see when they actually were combined. And, you know, if I can talk and do this and remember all those numbers at the same time, that would be impressive to me, because I can tell you I can't do that. I got a one-track mind. But we can get here, we can get to the code, and I don't want the administrative code. I hit the wrong button there. So see, I can't even do that. Code of Alabama. And then I will flip back. It was 4529-240. 4529. 4529, dealing with Fayette County. 4529-10 to 260. There we go. So, Revenue Commissioner, 4529-240, creation of, all right, so we'll scroll down here to the bottom. And this act was originally passed in 1989, so that's when it would have likely been combined. It was also amended in 89, and it's stayed in place since 1989. This will be, it appears, at least on this particular section dealing with the consolidation and duties, be the first time it's been amended since 1989. So that tells me that this has been that this legislation was pretty solid when it was passed in 1989. That would have been a couple years after I graduated high school. So we're coming up. That's been a lot of years that this office has been combined. So, Senator, from that, I don't know if that creates any additional questions or dialogue for you, or what your pleasure is.
You know, if I was on a fair playing field, I said, let's move on. In the spirit of giving, I've given 50% of these bills that got to be out. And I'm at that point, I'm just not going to give anymore. So we can go home. People can go to sign and die. And when we get back next week, I'm going to be in the same posture against House bills. So they just need to know their bills are going to die. Slow death. I can't stop them all. Some of them are going to get passed. I know these bills needed to get out today just like mine did. So I want to apologize to anybody who on the other side of this 50%, but it's not going to happen today unless y'all willing to stay here and grind the next 5 hours out. Because I'm going to talk a complete hour on the next 5. And I haven't started my hour on this one yet. So if this called me my starting my hour, then I'm starting my hour. And I'm ready to just go to the pen until the end of this session.
Senator?
Yes, sir.
I would say we are on my time.
Yes, sir.
But that was out of favor to you because you were distracted.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't want to move forward.
I understand.
So with that, I would say if you would just take the rest of my time, and that'd be an hour on this one.
Okay, I mean,
if that's fair. I mean, I didn't want to move it.
I understand.
Before while you were distracted.
I understand. And I appreciate that. You know, even members from Fayette County is up there. I don't even know. I know people usually represent Fayette, represents also Tuscaloosa also, which is part of my delegation.
Your area.
And I don't know where they are and what they're standing on. But I just know that I got to stand on my principles now. And I'm usually not I got you guy. But I'm just tired now. And I maneuver around in this body between both houses. Could you imagine the number of House members, both Republican and Democrat, who comes up here asking me to help get their bills on calendars? I've done that today. Gotten some of their House bills on calendars that they wanted. And they probably going to vote against me down there. I've gotten their bills on calendar, and some of them come to me, and they only ask y'all to help them get them passed. And I'll do that. And people seem to forget very fast. Maybe I need to start having long memories. Because you I forget this stuff, because I don't wear this stuff on my shoulder. Look at me, if you kill my bill, you kill my bill. But what they're doing down there is unconscionable, man. Just unconscionable. They got about 50 some odd bills. And I know these bills here need to go out today. So does mine. They want me to wait until Wednesday of next week go to their caucus and explain to their caucus what my bill does. My black caucus never asked a Republican to come over and explain to us what their local bill do. We don't bother nobody local bills, man. We don't bother people local bills. And I just want to help my hospitals. I want to help my schools. I want to give Little League some recreation. Kids don't even have fields to play on. I want to be able to give to other charitable organizations, to cities and counties that don't have a lot to work with. I just want to give money back to general funds, just like you all are giving in these bills to your general funds, to be able to do the things that they want to do. That's all I want to do in my counties. That's it. I'm not asking to do anything different, bringing on anything new that anybody else do. My bill does not need to be a constitutional amendment, because the people have already voted on that in the 1970s. It's legal. It has not been declared by the courts to be unconstitutional. Bingo has. Parimutuel Hatton has not been declared unconstitutional. There have been 3 Attorney General's opinion, including the current Attorney General, on horse racing, and said that it was legal. That's all we're trying to do. It's what we do. Nobody is trying to help me bring in any industry in there to replace a job. But I don't tell nobody else what kind of industry you can bring to your community. We do what we do because we have worked with what we have. And that's all I want to do, is take care of my people. Guess my people may be of the wrong hue. And they don't want to see folks, kids in my schools, elevate or keep my hospital open, but some dollars can flow through. Or make sure my kids have recreation. We even give in that bill money to local hospital, to the local health department, to help them continue to do community outreach. All of these things, probably to 20 different organizations, making sure that they get significant amount of money to be able to do things that they need to do to function, that because of the tax base in that community, we don't get. A lot of this is in lieu of taxes to get it done. No, it ain't sexy. People have gotten their position of whether or not they like gaming or not. But the people of Greene County said that that's what they want. This ain't for Fayette County. This is not for Elmo County. It's not for the town of Pine Level. It's not for St. Clair County, Marion County, just for Greene County only. That's what my little local bill down there does. That's all it's for. And these same people who probably going to vote for it, names are on this list, vote against me, but they want you all to make sure that their bill get passed. They can go home and in their election package talk that they got that bill passed. Well, I want them to go home and say, Bobby Singleton killed my bill. I'm gonna give them that reason to say, Bobby Singleton killed our bill. And I want the folks from your towns to call me for killing your bill. And all I'm gonna say is to you is, your representative killed my bill. You kill my cat, I'm gonna kill your dog. I'm gonna kill your dog. Well, call it what you want, but some gonna die. Some gonna die. And it might be called a bill. Some gonna die. Some gonna die. Unless y'all willing to go on and cloture me on all these, some gonna die. Some gonna die. And I hate being in this posture. Don't even sit right in my spirit because I don't believe in doing this to local bills. But I'm gonna throw the spirit out the door today. It's gone. You know, did you ever see, what was the name of the Eddie Murphy movie where he turns to Buddy Love? Nutty Professor.
Nutty Professor.
I'm Buddy Love. Buddy Love gonna come out now. You know, when Buddy Love came out, everything was right. You know, Buddy Love. Buddy Love was good, so Buddy Love gonna come out now.
I'm just glad I'm standing here to witness it.
And I don't need no Snicker bar. Buddy Love. So, you know, I don't know. You know, I explained my local bill down there to the speaker and everybody, and they know about the bill. And they, you know, sending the pro tem back up here talking about they confused about it. They ain't confused about nothing. They ain't confused. They ain't confused. They fell in love with a bill that they thought we should pass. Because every time I've talked to them, they said, well, we sent you a comprehensive bill up there and y'all didn't pass it. Well, I delivered my side of the aisle that I was asked to deliver on that bill, and I supported their bill. It wasn't us. It was this side of the aisle that voted to miss it by one vote. It wasn't me and my people. They fell in love with that bill like they gave the best bill that had ever been written in the history of writing bills. So they're still in love with it. So that's fine. So we just keep on toiling, keep on pushing. So this bill is gonna die. I'm sorry, this one's gonna die. Because when my hour's up, even though I'm talking on your hour, when that time comes, then I'm gonna ask one of my colleagues to come up here and I don't want them they ain't gotta stay up for 30 seconds, and I'll take that out. I'm not trying to get any of them involved in none of this, but I just need to be able to continue to express where I am. So this point on, these 5 bills are gonna die. And I'm willing to stand here to midnight and we can go into the next day. And then we can just sign and die and go home. And I'm fine with that. You know, me and my side haven't even had an opportunity to go eat. But we're gonna be all right. I'm gonna eat on legislation, eat on water. Stand on my principles today. So because if I was, trying to, and it's kind of even hard to talk about these local bills. I can't even get a rhythm to even talk about them because it's just not in me to do this, though.
It's my job to not give you any fuel.
But Buddy Love gonna come out here in a second. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna find him deep down inside of me. Deep down inside of me. How much time left? 21 minutes. 21 minutes. And so this is the Fayette County bill. And compensation for revenue commissioner. A lot of these counties were able to combine a lot of these offices together, tax assessor and tax collector's office, and come up with revenue commissioners. I think I did that a year or so ago for my community. And so I'm fine with that. But, it is interesting to me that, when I'm down here, and I say it again, how they want me to come and help them out. House members all the time. Need your help. Need your help up there. I had one of the young ladies who came to my office yesterday to ask me for some help on a bill, and she was one of those that was in the committee that voted against my bill. But guess what? Because the bill that she was asking me about was a good bill, and I didn't have a problem with helping her get it on the calendar.
Is it on there now?
We passed it on the first calendar. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't even remind her of that. Even in my office, I didn't remind her of that. Because I'm not petty like that. I'm not petty like that.
Seems like a very kind thing to do. You extended grace and...
It was a good bill. I mean, if it's good legislation, it's just good legislation. And so, but for some reason, she felt like she couldn't come and ask one of y'all. She came to me. And when I met with the pro tem this morning, we got it on the calendar, and it passed. We got it out here today. Nobody even questioned. And so, and she probably sitting down there right now ready to punch that no button. You see what I'm saying? But I will remind her again, but no, I'm not petty like that. So, because I brush this stuff off. I try not to carry this stuff home with me, man. It'll weigh you down if you allow it to get to you. It'll wear you down. So if the goal is to grind me out for the next 4 or 5 hours, I'm ready to grind it out for the next 4 or 5 hours.
Well, just dialoguing with my Senator Smitherman over there, or Singleton over there. This involves Fayette County, and we had a young man that worked for us as an attorney, and he was from Fayette County, but he always pronounced it Fett County. Is there anybody in here from Fayette County? Yeah. Well, he pronounced it Fett, like F-E-T or F-E-E-T, Fett County. It's interesting. Fine young man, went back home, practiced with us for several years, and went back home to Fayette County and is practicing law over there now. So I don't know a whole lot of folks from Fayette County, but I bet the folks over there want this bill passed. I suspect Representative Brignyark's trying to do some things that would help his local folks over there. I hadn't been really listening to a lot of the dialogue and discussion back and forth as it relates to HB 511, but I know that, like I said, I know that the folks in Fayette County or Fayette County would appreciate a vote on this, and I'm hopeful that that's about to happen over there. I know Senator Singleton has made his point, and we've had a lot of dialogue and conversation on not just this bill, but other local bills. I know there's a bill coming up, 2 bills from now on the calendar right now that we sure do want to try to move. And I hope we can see our way through some of this. And the bill sponsor, I'm sure Representative Brinyard would appreciate that as well. So, Senator?
I'm back. So,
ain't you ready to move this bill?
Really not. I really am not. I really am not.
You don't represent. You don't represent any part of Fayette County, do you?
No. The Fed usually, Fed guy comes down into Tuscaloosa. That's how we share in a delegation together.
Now, would that be?
It used to be Kyle South.
Okay, but Senator Reed
came out of Jasper into it. Right. I think he had a little part of Fed also. So he came into Tuscaloosa also. So that's my connection with them, is into Tuscaloosa.
Got you.
And I understand these bills need to go out today. And I know my good friend from Elmo got another one. Y'all probably got another one on here you want to get passed.
Yeah, we do.
I was asked to give to see what they were going to do, and I gave 5. I'm sorry, man.
How about, can you give 7? That gets me through Elmore County.
It should have moved you up on the calendar. Should have had both of them right behind each other.
Yeah, we do it in chronological order.
But they spread you out.
Elmore comes ahead of Fayette County, so maybe.
Yeah, but they had Elmore up front up here, and they spread it out.
I think they went by order of bill numbers.
Unless the folks want to grind me out, you can stay here and grind me out for the next 4 or 5 hours and get them. You want to do that.
What is it you always say, let's work?
Let's work. And I'm ready.
And you're working.
And I'm here. I come to work. And I'm here to work. I'm here to work. I'm here to work. I don't know what time to sign a die party, but I might even make a motion to sign a die right now.
Let's don't do that.
Well, you can vote it down. You always got the right to vote, sign a die down.
You ever seen that done? How long have you been here?
Me? Since I've been in legislature since 2002.
Have you ever seen that done, a motion?
Oh, yeah, I've seen the trick. Yeah, oh, yeah, plenty of time. I've even tried it before.
Have you?
Yeah.
That was before I got here.
Yeah, I've even tried it before, yeah. It just got voted down.
Were you a little nervous it was going to pass?
Huh?
Were you a little nervous it was going to pass?
No, I wanted it to pass.
You wasn't just keeping people on the
Because something
toes.
similar like this was happening to me. But with more of the senators at that time, it wasn't House members. So, I know people want to get their bills, and these are the bills that the governor, y'all need to get out before she's not gonna sign your bills, And maybe if I kill them, she probably still do y'all a solid. Still pass them. If she gave you a solid on the last night, she may. You guys, she'll do that for y'all. She ain't gonna do that for me. Her staff told me early on in the session that she wasn't gonna sign my bill. That I need to wait and get it out there where she don't have to sign it. So which would have been a day like today? Good day to get it out. Would have been a good day to get it out. So, I'm not just in that mood. I've given out a goodwill. Goodwill went out the door. And I know these House members want their bills, and I'm sure y'all want them because y'all are part of them also. So maybe y'all need to call your House members, get them on board. Unless y'all gonna cloture me on the rest of these for the rest of this night. Get your bills out. And don't care about the rest of them. I've given out a goodwill. So, I understand that, these bills have a lot of importance to the people back in these counties, and I want them to have their bills. So it's, how much, about 10 minutes left on this? 9 minutes on this clock? I got you. And so we're just gonna continue to work through. But I'm 9 minutes on his clock still, all right? I ain't started my hour yet, Clyde. I'm sorry, mister.
Yeah. Thought we were headed in the right direction, then all of a sudden we're not heading in the right direction.
Yep. I remember carts used to come out here. Folks would spend the night here.
I'm in. I'm for my folks, just like you for your folks. I'm for my folks.
Good. And you should be. And I respect that. And so,
Well, and Senator, I guess one thing on these particular bills, I would say these bills have to originate in the House. So they're not just House bills. Now the rest, maybe we can say they're just House bills, but these are Senate bills too. I didn't have the opportunity to introduce my Elmore County bills because they have to be introduced in the House. So might not matter to you, but that's where we're at. And these are important to my folks. Got all my local elected officials together on the same page. They got all kinds of issues they got to resolve, law enforcement and all that, just like you're trying to do in your area. I can't sit up here and argue and fuss against you, trying to look out for your folks. I mean, I can't. But these have a H on the front of them because our laws, and they have to originate in the House. So, other than that,
revenue bills, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's right.
I know.
So, anyway,
but mine's revenue too.
Gotcha.
Just didn't have to originate in the House, but they're revenue also.
Yeah, because it's already revenue. It's just changing around where it goes.
Yeah, just revenue also. I want my folks to have that same thing, and all my folks to together on this bill, and we had to go through some process to get it to.
And I've read your bill, and you know, it came through my committee.
Yeah.
We put it out. This body put it out. And if I remember correctly, it's not an expansion of gambling at all.
Nope.
Just changes where the revenue goes.
That's it.
Changes, you know, the administration of all of it. So, and you know, I can certainly understand somebody that's against the expansion of gambling. Having folks that I know close that have suffered because they couldn't handle it. So I can get that. I can respect that. But this particular bill doesn't change any of that. It's already there. It was already voted on by the people. And to me, a fair posture in the House is just to not vote on the bill. You don't have to vote for it.
You don't.
Just don't vote on it.
You don't. Just like I told y'all up here, you don't have to vote. If you don't want to, walk. You don't have to put it on your record. If you don't want it on your record, you don't. And that's all I want. It's what's fair. That's all. I'm not asking anybody to do anything that's going to hurt them back home. You know, I guess if they said, well, it came up and you didn't vote against, and believe you me, the people out there in Alabama don't even care nothing about this, whether or not they vote over in Greene County or not. They don't care. They don't care whether we vote for it or not. We always making these excuses, maybe because of somebody who may not like it, maybe close to them. But over majority of the folks out there in this state want to vote on gaming. Up or down, they want to vote on it. That's what they want to do. What time the sign and die party started?
I don't know. I'm not worried about signing up.
I was just wondering, because they may, they'll cut out and go in a minute. They will cut out in a minute.
Yes, Senator, I'm not worried about what time the sine die party is. I came here to represent my people just like you did. And when the people of my county all get together, get on the same page, and put their heads together to put a program together to help advance our county, Senator here.
Yes. I'm sorry, Senator. I'm just, and Senator, I appreciate what y'all are doing. But we knew this was going to come, and I've been forewarning people before today. I've been forewarning, and I've been calm and collected. When they voted my bill down, guess what I did to the chairman? I sent him a message and said, thank you. He then came up to my office because he told me, I got you. He sent me a message over the weekend, putting your bill on the calendar. I got you covered because I had the distillery bill on there also. I'm going to take care of both of your bills. Don't worry about it. You don't even have to be there. I showed up anyway. I sit there. Then by the time we got ready to come in, because they had a public hearing before my bill, he looked at me, called me up to the desk. I went up and he said, look, if you got to go on. I got you covered. By the time I get on the floor here, they had voted, they killed it. Then he runs up here and said that he apologized. That wasn't the way that he was intended for it to go, but he would get it back up on the calendar, and he did. He was a man of his word, got it up, got it out. So we'll get it on the calendar. I see the speaker. I said, Mr. Speaker, I need to get my bill on. He said, where is it? I said, it's out of committee. He said, okay, we'll look at it. I said, I need it to be your pick so it could be at the top of the calendar. He said, well, I'm not sure about that. He said, let's talk about it. I see the rules chairman talk to him outside, right outside of the door there, back door on the second floor. Rules chairman say, hey, I don't have nothing against your bill. Is it the same bill? Yes. Does it do anything different than last year? No. Okay, if it's the same bill then, we fine. We good. So thank you. Thursday morning, last week Thursday, on the rooftop when we did the dedication, see the speaker again. I said, Mr. Speaker, need you to do it. He said, yeah, I get it up, but I can't vote for it. I said, well, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to vote for it. It's not a constitutional amendment. You don't have to vote for it. None of your people have to go through a hard vote. Just put it up and let those who are willing to vote for it, vote for it. All I need, he said, okay. I asked him again, can I be your pick? We'll see. Let's talk about it. I go down yesterday to see the speaker. He was in a meeting. They told me to come back 10 minutes. I came back in 10 minutes. He was in another meeting. Never got a chance to see the speaker. But I saw the rules chairman on the hall, spoke to him. He was like, oh, we're not against you. And we just didn't want to move any bills unless it was a comprehensive bill, local or what have you. I said, I hear you. I explained to him again what my bill did. So he said, fine.
All right, so Senator Chambliss's hour's up. Do you want to be recognized on your hour?
Yes, I want to be recognized on my hours. Thank you.
Okay, I was hoping you'd give it up.
Thank you, sir. He said, fine. And once he said, fine, he and I had a conversation about it. He said, well, let me go. He said, we just got through talking about your bill on how we're going to get it on the calendar, what we're going to do. I said, that's simple, Mr. Rules Chair. Just let it come up as a local bill like you should. He said, well, our rules don't allow us to do that. We have to put it on the calendar. I said, well, maybe we'll get one of your people to pick it on the calendar. He said, yeah, we'll look at it. He said, we trying to help you out, help a way to get it there. I said, well, what's the difficulty in you all getting it there? He said, let me just go back and talk to the speaker and we'll get it on there. Fine. Cool. Nobody ever called me back. Nobody talked to me. So several other people talked to them on my behalf. And each time an individual talked to them, I got a different answer from them. And so even the chief of staff of the speaker got involved and went in telling people that it was a statewide bill and therefore it should be a statewide bill and not a local bill. I talked to LSA. LSA assured me that the language in this bill was purely local. All the language in the bill was purely local. I shared with them again that it's purely local. Only affects one county, and that's it. So they decide now that in order to bring it up, they will suspend the rules and bring it up where it takes 4/5 of the vote to be able to get it passed. I have a problem with that. No other bill, local, has to go through that process but mine. And so with that, Why should I be standing here? And as I stand here now, I'm good. As I stand here now, the pro tem came to me and said, your bill is going up. Can you give one? I gave one. As we was talking, while I saw it up, I gave 2, I gave 3, I gave 4, I gave 5. Then he come back and tell me, I think they just messing with you and they're gonna kill you. So why should I give up anything else? Why should I give up anything else? Why should I give up anything else?
Senator, can I dialogue with you?
Sure you can.
I mean, I'm not.
No, you can.
I interrupt you. I just want to come to the microphone and dialogue with you just a minute in support of what you were trying to do for Greene County, because, you know, Mobile County had the pari-mutuel dog track, and that, you know, that kind of cycled out, and there was nothing for the dog track to do. And a couple of years ago, we did a local bill for basically the same thing that you're trying to do, the historical horse racing. So, and I think they have this in Birmingham already.
They sure do.
We did it for Mobile. Mobile hasn't even implemented it yet, but they're getting ready to.
But whenever they get ready to do it, they can do it.
They can do it. And I think y'all would be the same way if you were successful in getting it passed. You know, it may take a while to get it implemented, but you know, I think there's some misunderstanding downstairs about what your bill does, and I hate that it got confused because, you know, I feel like if we're going to do it for one particular location, you know, I couldn't vote against yours because yours was a different location. It was already existing. They were doing other things, but this was just one more thing that they could do. So, you know, I hate that it's working out like this. I certainly trying to help you in the House with what little bit of influence I had, was talking to them and hoping that they would kind of reconsider and look at this thing. So that's the reason I come up to talk to you. Hopefully they may take another look. I don't know. I don't know. But I just wanted to stand up here and support you a little bit. And I know you probably don't get that from our side of the aisle too often. So just wanted to stand up here and dialogue a minute with you and let you take a short break, because you and I have a good relationship, and you give me a hard time on my deer breeder bill today, and we talked a lot, and we talked through some issues about it, and I think a lot of people got educated on something that we really didn't know a lot about, so I appreciate you, and I appreciate your posture on this, and I can understand it, and you know, maybe they'll hear a few words. I know there are people that are trying to help a little bit and sending a few texts to people and reminding them that, hey, you know, this thing is not just something that's new here in this state. It's already going on in some other locations.
Since 1977 in my community.
So with that, I'm just, like I said, going to say a few words of encouragement. And like I said, I'm not exactly sure what the House is doing right now. I haven't been watching, so I don't know what their plans are. But like I said, I've just encouraged a few of them to take another look at it and see. And you know, you certainly have to do what you have to do for your community. And I'm not letting you know I understand.
And Senator, I really appreciate the support. And as you know, even with your dog breeder bill, I was sincere in my approach in terms of the questioning that I had about that particular bill, you know. And I was just told that they put it back in the basket. Dead. One more day, I guess. But at the end of the day, you know, because the governor has already said that she would not sign. And on the last day, we'll just see where it goes. and how we can make that work. I don't know what their plans are down there in the House. The only thing I said, Senator, is that when approaching these gentlemen, all they had to do is be straight with me. And we could have resolved this a week or two ago. Because I'm okay if you kill a bill of mine. It happens. You know, I wouldn't be standing here trying to hold up bills that I know are important to you all. Because it is what it is. It goes off my shoulder one way or the other. I'm through with it. But at the end of the day, this is what we've gotten down to. And I just want to, Senator.
Senator Singleton has stepped away from the mic for a minute, so I'll hold it for a couple of minutes. Talk about the bill. It is local bills, and we've got a lot of them. And I'm sure this one's important to Fayette County, just like Senator Singleton's local bill was important to, I'm assuming it was Greene County that was for. Talk for a couple of minutes. I think this one was regarding revenue commissioner. Be elected every 6 years. What else is it pertaining to? County revenue commissioner talks about what their job duties are. Sure, it may have been to deal with their salaries. Well, it's striking some language in here also. Like I said, I think, you know, down in Mobile County, I think we have one last piece of legislation for Mobile County that we are trying to, hopefully we can get right here at the end of the session. I know there's several pieces of legislation that's sitting here waiting. I don't know what the exact count is. I think it may have been 40 to 50 total bills that we're trying to maneuver and get these last 2 days. And a lot of them are some bills that probably need to pass extremely bad this year. And I'm sure a few of them could be passed next year, but you know, everyone likes to see their bills get passed. See Senator Smithman here. He's. Do you have any local stuff still hanging out there, Senator, or have you got all of yours done?
No, Senator, I don't have any local bills because mine didn't make it across the desk, the ones I had. It never came out of committee.
Your local legislation?
Local legislation. It never came out of committee. Not the ones I had, personally.
We were pretty busy in Mobile County this year. We had several pieces.
Back then in the break room.
I think we just had one. We just have one remaining out of the several that we had this year. So
yeah,
hopefully we get it. Now we had some other local legislation that was statewide that didn't seem to make the calendar, and Senator Williams had a really good bill. We had a really serious issue down in Mobile County.
Whatever.
We have a big lake down there that's used for recreation, but it's also Mobile area water and sewers water supply. So the water board, not to bring up a sore subject with you, but our water board shut down the recreation on the lake, and we were trying to encourage them to open that back up through some statewide legislation that was local application, but it was a local issue, but we had to have a statewide bill for it. But, you know, that piece of legislation is not going to make it to the floor this year, so I'm sure we'll be looking at that again next year.
Mr. President,
On your time.
I would like to
Still
yield
on your time.
to the senator without losing my time and place
Yes,
on
sir.
motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right on. We can talk for a minute.
Oh, about my lake?
Yeah.
Well, it ain't my lake. It's in Senator Williams' district. But like I said, Mobile Area Water and Sewers, MAWS, we call it, in Mobile, they own all the land around the lake. And, but it was a navigable waterway at one time. So by federal and state law, you know, you're really not supposed to close that water off for public use.
That's right.
Because it belongs to the people.
That's right.
Belongs to the people of the state of Alabama, belongs to the people of the United States of America. But, you know, they own all the surrounding land, so they've cut off all access, shut down boating, fishing, recreating around the lake. A lot of people have been using that lake for over 60 years.
Yeah.
It's been that long that they've been out there fishing and recreating on that lake, and they just shut the gates and shut it all down all at once. And we were hoping they'll revisit that, and the board will make a decision. I don't think the board actually voted to shut it down. I think it was an executive decision by the director. And I'm certain they were looking out for the water supply, but I think there's a way that we can do both.
I think you're right.
But, you know, that legislation won't go anywhere this year. Hopefully by the time we get here next year, there won't be any need for any. I hope they can resolve the issues the best they can. But if they can't, we'll be back with some type of legislation.
So now I want to get it straight, my understanding. I know the problem. I'm clear on the problem. Take me again through your solution to that problem. You couldn't get on, folks shut everything down.
Yeah, there are some solutions. You know, in fact, they had a boat wash and was basically requiring the boaters to make sure they wash their boats before they launched them into the lake. And they're worried about zebra mussels, some other invasive species that could get into their suction pipes and stuff where they take the water in for their filtration systems.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they have legitimate concerns, but a lot of it, you know, like the mussels, they're not there. They're just being, to me, a little bit overly cautious.
Yeah.
Because we have water reservoirs all over the country that are water supplies, drinking water supplies, but they're also used for
other
outdoor
purposes.
recreation.
That's right.
There's no need that, you know, there's no reason we can't. You know, we just need to figure out a solution. And I think we'll eventually get one, but it's just going to be some give and take on both sides, like all problems.
You know, it was, I'm trying to think of, it was a couple cases when I was teaching constitutional law, and they dealt with what you just talked about. One of them deal with the navigable waterways, and it was talking about who could control and what. And you said the key words up there when you was talking about the federal, and you were talking about, and I'll tell you what it came under. It was when I was teaching the chapter dealing with the Commerce Clause. Because one thing that I'll tell you that in this country, they're not going to let you stop the flow of goods and services. They may slow it down. You might even, they might set like these big trucks that may not have the right size, those mud flaps. Then, yes, they'll stop them and fine them. But they ain't finna take them off the road. They're going to let them keep rolling. Because we live in this capitalistic society. That's just where we live. And because of that, the key to it is the turnover and the flow of currency and resources. And they're not going to stop that. That was the first thing when I started teaching constitutional law. So let me explain something to y'all. We can go through all these cases you want to, but you're going to notice something similar in these cases, is that they didn't stop. In other words, and even if they did, it was on a temporary injunction. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't on nothing permanent. So, no, I could see that. The thing about it is that you may be able to. I don't know about the the outside and the banks, but you may be able to get a easement if y'all couldn't. It may be some, maybe interest points that you might can get an easement, and the next thing is that even if you don't like to hear this word because this is a bad word, but you all can always come in there on some eminent domain. Don't like that word. But
Funny you mentioned that. I was actually picking at a couple of the city councilmen saying, you know what, I'm going to let the state eminent domain some of Mobile Water's property, and we're going to put a state boat launch in there.
I bet that got their attention, didn't it?
They went to give me all the reasons that that lake was closed and the reason that we needed to work something else out. So I think there's solutions in the work. I know there are a lot of people working on it, but we've got to find a balance.
Well, I let me say it like this. I ain't saying nothing negative now, but I am. It's gonna sound negative, so I'm gonna tell you. So I'm not trying to be heartless, but look here. Shouldn't be no hesitation for y'all to do that. Okay? Because y'all took mine. Shit, you took mine, so what? You on the road now? Not you personally, but I'm just saying you on the road. You might as well just go. I don't see why we up here. Y'all just should have gone and throw them in the lot when you did us, and then just take their water, and then y'all got control of them, the banks and everything, and then just go on in there and do it.
Yeah, it's a nice sized lake, and it serves. I forget how many customers, over 300,000 customers, I think. It's not as big as Birmingham Waterworks, but it's a pretty big system. And, the water supply sits outside the city, north of the city, but all the water is basically used for the city's system. A lot of the systems around, I serve on our local waterworks board in my hometown, but we're all wells.
Yeah.
Good wells, and so it has its challenges too. So you've got to filter all that water coming up out because it has heavy metals, iron, those type things in it. So
isn't it amazing how all that stuff is in the water?
Amazing.
I mean, you just look at the water. You don't think about all that kind of stuff in the water, but it's some of everything from the earth, natural stuff, the stuff people put in there. It just all kind of those things are coming, that are there,
Our particular water in our area is high in iron, but it's also low pH. So you got to get
what that mean?
The pH, the balance, the alkalinity, however you say it, it's really low. It's real acidic. So we have to add lime to get the pH back up.
Real?
Yeah.
Y'all put lime in your water, and then you come back and filter that out.
And then you do some oxidation through the filtration system and the stirring, and it gets the pH back up to where it needs to be. And then the filtration system will take out the iron and the heavy metals and stuff. So, yeah, it's a process. And we're still putting fluoride actually in my local system. We're using fluoride because, 40 years ago, it was found to be healthy for your teeth and good and all that. Well, now, I don't know if you saw the news, but the state of Florida has banned fluoride addition to their water.
What's the purpose for that?
Fluoride is an acid. So if it's not in the right balance, too little or too much is bad. It has to be at a perfect balance. So it's just probably better to leave it out than to put it in. So we're going through a process now, application with ADM, Alabama Department of Environmental Management, to be able to withdraw the fluoridation, the fluoride from our system.
Okay.
Right now. So, but it's got to be approved, because once you're approved to do it, and you do it properly, then if you want to stop that, you have to go through the process to stop it. So they'll have to come down and inspect and make sure that when we do stop putting it in, we'll do it the way it has to be done. There's a lot to those water systems, a lot more than people realize.
Well, the system, I guess after talking past tense now because the governor signed it, so the system we used to have.
I apologize for bringing up water systems.
That's all right. That's what we talking about. So it's not like that. It's not like that. I was getting ready to say that. See, we were in the middle of a bond situation. I mean, dead in the middle of it, trying to get automatic meters and things. And now, if you know how bond companies, is that any instability that you have in your system, they're gonna bag away. And right now, we are right on the cusp of being on the edge of being there where that bags off. If that bags off, we're gonna be in worse shape than we could ever be in because we won't be able to get the automated meter readers. And let me just say this: under the way this set up now is that and you'll know this about you all, is that the sewer is not connected to the water system. That's the county that's responsible. And as much as people don't realize, on top of the other side, I just told you, the sewer rates are getting ready to gonna go up. Okay, they're gonna go up, and so here it is. It's supposed to have been changed to make things lower and better, and the rates are gonna go up on that side. I don't know what happened on water, but on that side, and people don't understand that that's the county. They just think the water board is
Water board doing it.
Yeah. So
Separate.
it's gonna be, for us, it's gonna be very interesting, and
on your water meters, the radio read, the automatic read meters, boy, that's a blessing. We did that about 8 years ago. Went to all radio reads. Now we're a small system.
Yeah.
4,000 meters, but we went to all radio reads. It really, it's amazing. You take your laptop computer and the guys that are reading meters, they just drive by them and it reads them. And, they can, if there's one like some of mine or way up off the road somewhere, they can be within a quarter of a mile, it's going to read it.
Okay.
So the guys aren't having to get out on the side of the road and open that box and read it, physically read it and all. That computer's doing it. It really helps. It's over time, it's going to save the systems a lot of money. It saved us, I think, every year our workman's comp has went down.
Okay.
Because you having no more accidents on the side. You don't have anybody. We had a guy get snake bit one time.
Oh my God.
From, reading a meter box, or, they twist their ankle on the side of the road getting out. So you had all those work injuries that are going against your workman's comp. When you got those radio read meters, almost goes to nothing. So it really helped us, and our system was a huge plus. And I would encourage any system in this state to transition anytime they're available. Another thing on the meters, I don't know if you know this or not, but there is a company right here in Alabama that makes a pile of meters right over here in Tallahassee, Alabama.
Kind you talking about? Them kind of meters you talking about?
Company called Neptune.
Oh yeah.
Neptune meters.
Yeah.
They're made right here in Alabama. Alabama product, sure are. And they were comparable in price. We checked prices all over the country because we were putting in 4,000.
Okay.
We're not big enough to get any bond. We can't do any bonds or anything like that. But we were fortunate that when we set the system up in our local area, we, yeah.
Mr. President? Mr. President? Mr. President?
Well, hello, sir.
Senator Bell. Mr. President, may I be recognized, please, sir?
You recognize Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we've had a interesting day today. We have started off strong, then went kind of downhill pretty quick, then back on track, and then we're back to where we are. Now, having said that, the reason that is because everybody's trying to represent their districts and do what we think is best for our own people back home, which is why we're here, and I appreciate that. I'm glad that we're the deliberative body, and I'd like to say I would like to make a motion in 1 second, but before that, I would like to say happy 60th birthday yesterday to Kurt Hatcher, and happy birthday. Yeah, he turned the big 6-0 yesterday, so we're going to have that's right, it's a big deal anyway. We're glad you're with us, sir, bringing the knowledge and experience that you bring from your district to the Alabama State Senate, so we love you, buddy. Having said that, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn until 1 p.m. on Wednesday, May 14th.
All right, heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.